Tonight, we begin with a strange thought. Right now, as you're lying there listening to this, you're doing something no human could do for 99% of our species' existence. You're warm without a fire, safe without a weapon nearby, fed without having spent the day hunting or gathering, and about to learn about the distant past without relying on fading memories or stories told around a campfire. Everything about this moment would seem like magic to almost every human who's ever lived. So tonight, we're going to trace how we got here, the complete story of human civilization, from those first fires to this very moment. And maybe, just maybe, understanding the full sweep of it will help put our own brief appearance in this long story into perspective. Before we start, take a moment to like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And drop a comment. Where in the world are you listening from, and what time is it there? Now dim the lights, get comfortable. We've got thousands of years to cover, but we're going to take our time with it. Let's ease into tonight's journey together. Our epic begins not with kings or empire, but with atoms. 3 billion years ago, the building blocks of life drifted through Earth's primordial seas, tiny sparks of potential in a silent, chaotic world. Leap forward through the abyss of time to 6 million years ago. In the heart of the African savanna, something miraculous stirred. The first hominids, our earliest ancestors, rose and walked upright, setting in motion the great human story. By 1.9 million years ago, a bold new species emerged. Homo erectus, the first to leave Africa, their minds sharper, their fire brighter. They spread across continents, carving a path no creature had walked before. Then came the Neanderthals. 400,000 years ago, they endured the ice, the dark, the unforgiving cold of prehistoric Europe. Their faces were not so different from ours. Their eyes perhaps held dreams, but only one species would survive. Homo sapiens. That's us, the last of our kind. The heirs to every triumph and tragedy that came before. But survival was only the beginning. After eons of wandering, we paused, we planted, we built. And somewhere, perhaps along the banks of the Euphrates or the Nile, we made the most important discovery of all. We learned how to organize. 4,000 years ago, most humans lived in small agricultural communities, growing just enough food to survive. But some ambitious souls were about to change everything. They would invent cities housing tens of thousands of people, create the first writing systems to preserve knowledge across generations, establish laws governing millions, and build empires spanning continents. This is the story of how farmers became pharaohs, how village chiefs rose to command cities and armies, and how humanity forged the blueprint for civilization itself. From 3,500 BCE to 476 CE, we built cities, carved laws into stone, and raised empires that would echo through the ages. Imagine a world where the most advanced technology was a bronze axe, where the fastest way to travel was by foot or donkey, and where most people lived their entire lives within a few miles of where they were born. Yet in this seemingly primitive world, humans were about to achieve something amazing. They were going to invent civilization itself. The Bronze Age changed everything. For the first time in human history, small tribes were growing into massive civilizations. Suddenly, people faced a challenge no one had ever solved before, getting thousands of strangers to live and work together. All around the world, brilliant leaders were figuring out their own answers. In Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, and beyond, each civilization discovered unique ways to organize their people. The solutions they created, from laws to leaders to shared beliefs, didn't just build their societies. They laid the foundation for how humans would live together for thousands of years to come. Between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, lay a land that would witness humanity's most groundbreaking transformation. Mesopotamia, literally the land between rivers, was where scattered farming villages would evolve into the world's first cities, where simple record-keeping would become the first writing systems, and where tribal chiefs would become the first emperors. The Fertile Crescent was civilization's first testing ground, a cradle where one culture after another pushed the boundaries of what it meant to be human. In Mesopotamia, each rising people left its mark, building on the achievements of the last, crafting layer upon layer of innovation that would shape the future of the world. Around 3500 BCE, something extraordinary began in the city of Uruk. What the Sumerians discovered wasn't a tool or a weapon, but something far more powerful, a way to manage people, space, and time. Building upon agricultural foundations established during the Neolithic period, they cracked the code of civilization through sophisticated irrigation systems that channeled river water to their fields, creating an oasis of abundance in the desert. Their agricultural mastery created a phenomenon unprecedented in human history: surplus. And with surplus came the revolution of specialization. No longer did every human need to spend their entire day searching for the next meal. Some could become craftsmen, perfecting pottery and metalwork that would be treasured for millennia. Others could become leaders, organizing community efforts on scales never before imagined. Still others could become priests who claimed to speak directly with the gods, or scribes who would develop humanity's first writing systems. Uruk exploded into a thriving center with over 50,000 residents, the world's first true city. The transformation came at a cost that archaeologists can still measure today. Average human height decreased during this period as we traded our hunter-gatherer physiques for more sedentary lifestyles. But what we gained was worth everything. The Sumerians didn't just perfect agriculture. They invented bureaucracy, writing, and the very concept of the city-state. Writing emerged not from poetry or philosophy, but from the practical needs of commerce and administration. The cuneiform script that appeared around 3200 BCE represented humanity's first successful attempt to preserve knowledge and communicate across time and space. Following Uruk's pioneering example, magnificent city-states like Lagash, and Kish emerged across Mesopotamia. Each developed its own identity, while sharing the common thread of Sumerian culture. These cities competed for resources and dominance, establishing patterns of warfare and diplomacy that would characterize Mesopotamian politics for centuries. According to legend, King Gilgamesh ruled Uruk during this golden age. His epic, later inscribed on clay tablets, became humanity's first great work of literature, exploring timeless themes of friendship, mortality, and the search for life's meaning that still resonate today. In 2334 BCE, a warrior named Sargon the Great changed the world forever. He swept across Mesopotamia, conquering the proud Sumerian city-states one by one. But Sargon did what no conqueror had ever done before. He united them all under his rule, creating the world's first empire. Beyond brute conquest, Sargon unveiled a brand new political design, one where people from different cities, speaking different languages, could live together under one king. Instead of destroying what he conquered, he absorbed it. The Akkadians took Sumerian writing and used it for their own language. They kept local customs alive while binding everything together with Akkadian power. The empire reached all the way from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea. Akkadian became the language everyone used for trade and diplomacy. A merchant in Babylon could do business with a trader in Syria. An Egyptian diplomat could make deals with Mesopotamian kings. The ancient world had never before spoken with one voice. But empires don't last forever. Around 2154 BCE, disaster struck. Droughts killed their crops. Rebellions erupted across the empire. Then mountain warriors called the Gutians swept down from the north. the mighty Akkadian Empire collapsed into chaos. From the ashes of Akkadian rule, the Sumerians rose again. Under the third dynasty of Ur, they created the world's first true government bureaucracy, a system of record-keeping so detailed that modern historians can see exactly how they collected taxes, managed workers, and controlled resources. The Sumerians had learned from their conquerors and emerged stronger than ever. But even this Sumerian renaissance couldn't last forever. By 2004 BCE, their empire had crumbled under the weight of invasion and internal collapse. Once again, Mesopotamia fractured into warring city-states, each fighting for control of the precious rivers and fertile soil. From this chaos emerged a new people, the Babylonians. They built their capital at Babylon, a city that would become legendary, and slowly conquered the surrounding region until they controlled the same fertile lands that had once belonged to Sumer and Akkad. Around 1772 BCE, Babylonian king Hammurabi created what would become the foundation of legal systems as we know them today. Standing in his palace, surrounded by the chaos of competing laws and arbitrary justice, Hammurabi envisioned a radical transformation, a society governed by written law rather than royal whim. He ordered the creation of a magnificent 7-foot-tall stone slab inscribed with a comprehensive system of 282 laws that every citizen of his kingdom was required to follow. These laws were remarkably detailed and covered virtually every aspect of human interaction. Law 196 declared with stark simplicity, "If a man destroys the eye of another man, they shall destroy his eye." However, Law 199 revealed the social stratification fundamental to Babylonian society. If he destroys the eye of a man's slave, he shall pay 1/2 his price. What King Hammurabi accomplished was nothing short of revolutionary. He created the world's first society explicitly based on written laws rather than arbitrary royal decisions. This concept of legally codified social hierarchy would influence legal systems for millennia to come, establishing precedents we still recognize today. In 1595 BCE, Hittite armies swept down from the north and sacked the great city, ending Babylonian dominance. The conquerors departed as quickly as they came, leaving behind a power vacuum that would reshape Mesopotamia once again. Into this chaos stepped the Kassites, a mountain people who would prove to be exactly what Mesopotamia needed. Though less militarily aggressive than their predecessors, they maintained the trade networks and cultural continuity that preserved Mesopotamian civilization through turbulent times. They were the steady hands that kept the flame of civilization burning when it might otherwise have been extinguished. The Kassites' long reign finally ended around 1155 BCE, but by then they had accomplished something remarkable. They had preserved and passed on thousands of years of Mesopotamian knowledge. The cuneiform script, the legal traditions, the agricultural techniques, and the administrative systems that began with the Sumerians would spread across the ancient world. Mesopotamia had given humanity its first taste of civilization, and that gift would never be forgotten. While mighty civilizations rose and fell in Mesopotamia, other cultures around the Mediterranean Sea were writing their own chapters in the human story. This inland sea was more than water. It was a superhighway for trade, ideas, and people, connecting distant shores from Egypt to Greece, from Anatolia to Canaan. Across its waves sailed merchants, migrants, and myths, linking worlds, spreading technologies, and shaping a shared cultural horizon that would echo for millennia. Along the life-giving banks of the Nile River, black soil stretched as far as the eye could see, a ribbon of fertility cutting through the endless golden desert. Every year, like clockwork, the great river would rise and flood the land, leaving behind rich earth that could feed a civilization. Around 3100 BCE, farmers worked these blessed fields, following the eternal rhythm of flood and harvest. A powerful king named Menes had just accomplished what no human in history had achieved before. He united an entire river valley under one rule, creating the world's first unified nation-state from the chaos of competing tribes. These weren't ordinary people building an ordinary kingdom. The Egyptians were constructing for eternity itself. Their belief drove everything they did. When a pharaoh died in this world, his spirit would continue ruling forever among the gods. This certainty inspired them to create monuments that still amaze us thousands of years later. The tradition began with Pharaoh Djoser around 2667 BCE. Standing in the desert heat, he decided the flat tombs of his ancestors weren't enough. He ordered a bold leap forward, the first monumental stone building in human history. The step pyramid at Saqqara rose from the sand like a man-made mountain, its limestone blocks gleaming white under the sun. Pharaoh Sneferu pushed further, building the innovative bent pyramid and the magnificent red pyramid that glowed at sunset. Then came Pharaoh Khufu, who dreamed bigger than anyone before him. He commissioned the Great Pyramids of Giza. For 20 years, teams of workers moved over 2.3 million stone blocks across the desert, each weighing between 2.5 and 15 tons. The sound of chisels striking stone echoed across the Nile Valley from dawn to dusk. When completed around 2566 BCE, this marvel stood 481 feet tall, taller than a 40-story modern building. The precision was remarkable. The base is level to within just 2.1 centimeters. Egyptian society mirrored their greatest monuments, built like a pyramid, with each level supporting those above. At the foundation, roughly 80% of the population worked the Nile's fertile fields as peasants and laborers, their efforts feeding the entire kingdom. The smell of fresh bread and brewing beer filled their mud brick villages. Above them worked skilled artisans who crafted objects of stunning beauty, golden jewelry, intricate furniture inlaid with ivory and ebony, delicate glass vessels. Their workshops hummed with the sounds of hammers and chisels. Then came merchants who loaded their boats with Egypt's treasures, gleaming gold, precious papyrus scrolls, and fine linen, trading throughout the known world for exotic spices, cedar wood, and rare stones. The scribes sat higher, masters of hieroglyphic writing that looked like living art. These men held real power in Egypt, where knowledge meant everything. Those who could read and write controlled information and kept the kingdom's records. Next came the soldiers who guarded Egypt's borders and protected the priests who tended elaborate temples. They performed daily rituals to keep the gods satisfied and the Nile flowing. At the peak sat the pharaoh, part mortal, part living god, the sacred bridge between earth and heaven. The pharaoh wasn't just Egypt's ruler, he was Egypt itself walking among people. When Pharaoh Ramesses II ruled from 1279 to 1213 BCE, he embodied this divine power perfectly. This remarkable man lived over 90 years and left his mark across Egypt. His temple at Abu Simbel still guards the Nile today, 4 massive statues staring across the desert, with eyes that have watched sunrise and sunset for over 3,000 years. Proof that some achievements truly can outlast their creators. On the windswept plains of Anatolia, a legendary city was rising that would capture human imagination for millennia. Troy began as a modest settlement, but its position was extremely valuable. Controlling the crucial passage between Europe and Asia, every merchant ship wanting to reach the Black Sea had to deal with them. As Troy grew richer through the early Bronze Age, so did its ambitions. By the Middle Bronze Age, it had become the crown jewel among increasingly sophisticated city-states scattered across Anatolia. These weren't just towns with walls. They were economic powerhouses controlling trade routes that connected 3 continents. but Troy would soon face formidable neighbors. Rising in the Anatolian highlands was a people who would rewrite the rules of Bronze Age power: the Hittites. What made them dominant wasn't just their military might, though their horse-drawn chariots and siege techniques were legendary, but a far more sophisticated skill. They were master diplomats. While other Bronze Age powers relied purely on force, the Hittites perfected the art of strategic alliances. Under the brilliant leadership of Labanus, 1680 to 1650 BCE, they united scattered city-states not through conquest alone, but through political genius that won hearts and minds. Their capital at Hattusa was an engineering marvel, a fortress city built on a high plateau, protected by massive stone walls that still inspire awe today. The Hittites discovered something that would reshape warfare: iron. While their enemies still fought with bronze weapons, Hittite smiths had learned to forge iron into superior swords and spearheads. An army with iron weapons facing bronze-armed opponents wasn't much of a fight at all. The ultimate test came when the Hittites crashed into Egyptian power. Around 1274 BCE, at the ancient city of Kadesh, Rameses II marched 20,000 Egyptian warriors straight into 40,000 waiting Hittite fighters. What followed was one of the largest chariot battles in history. Thousands of horses thundering across the battlefield, wheels spinning, dust clouds rising so high they could be seen from miles away. When the dust settled, neither side had won a clear victory. In 1259 BCE, both rulers made history. They signed the world's first formal peace treaty. Former enemies began sharing technology and knowledge, cooperating in ways no one had seen before. This peaceful partnership lasted until the mysterious collapse that swept across the region around 1200 BCE. The Canaanites were the people who lived along the coast of what is now Lebanon and Syria. They built prosperous city-states like Ugarit and Hazor that became vital links between Egypt and Mesopotamia, trading goods and ideas across the ancient world. The real revolution came with the coastal cities of Byblos, Tyre, and Sidon, which became bustling centers of sea trade. The Phoenicians who emerged from this Canaanite tradition developed the first alphabet, a simple writing system that was much easier to learn than Egyptian hieroglyphs or Mesopotamian cuneiform. This alphabet would spread throughout the Mediterranean and become the foundation for our modern writing system. In the crystal blue waters of the Aegean Sea, a magical transformation was unfolding. On the scattered Cycladic islands, maritime societies were crafting elegant marble figurines with a simplicity so perfect they could hang in a modern art museum. These weren't primitive island dwellers. They were sophisticated boat builders and traders who understood that the sea wasn't a barrier, but a highway connecting civilizations. It was on the island of Crete where Europe's first high civilization would truly flourish. The Minoans were unlike anyone else in the Bronze Age world. While other civilizations built massive walls and trained armies, the Minoans chose a different path. They built their power on trade, art, and an almost mystical harmony with the natural world. Picture the magnificent palace at Knossos around 1900 BCE, not a grim fortress, but an elegant complex of courtyards, workshops, and living spaces that seemed to breathe with life. Advanced plumbing brought running water through the palace. Elaborate drainage systems rivaled anything built in the next 1,000 years. But it was the art that truly set the Minoans apart. Palace walls exploded with vibrant frescoes, dolphins leaping through azure waves, young athletes vaulting over charging bulls, processions of elegantly dressed figures moving through gardens that seemed too beautiful to be real. Their pottery featured flowing, naturalistic designs that danced across ceramic surfaces. This wasn't just decoration. It was a civilization that had found joy in beauty itself. Perhaps most remarkably, Minoan society appears to have been relatively peaceful and egalitarian. Women held prominent positions, We see them as priestesses and goddesses in the frescoes. There's no evidence of the massive military complexes that dominated other Bronze Age powers. The Minoans had created a rare achievement, a civilization based on prosperity rather than conquest. But change was coming from the Greek mainland. The Mycenaeans were everything the Minoans were not: warriors, conquerors, builders of massive fortifications. When you see the Lion Gate at Mycenae, with its enormous stone blocks fitted together with precision that still baffles engineers, you're looking at a society that lived for war. These were the first Greeks, and they spoke Linear B, the earliest form of written Greek that we can decipher today. Their palace records reveal a world of tribute payments, military inventories, and administrative control that extended across the Mediterranean. They established trading posts from Sicily to the Black Sea, but always with one hand on their sword. The Mycenaeans absorbed much from the peaceful Minoans, adopting their art, architecture, and trade networks, but they reshaped it all to serve a militaristic vision. Where Minoan palaces were airy and open, Mycenaean citadels rose as fortified bastions of stone, built to withstand siege and proclaim power. For centuries they dominated the Aegean world, inspiring the legendary tales of the Trojan War, stories in which they may have been both heroes and villains. Yet around 1200 BCE, this warrior society collapsed in the turmoil of the late Bronze Age. Their palaces burned, their writing system forgotten, and their political power shattered. Whether undone by foreign invasions, internal strife, or the cascading crises that toppled civilizations across the Mediterranean, the Mycenaeans vanished. All that was left behind were their massive walls, scattered artifacts, and the echoes of an age of conquest. In the valleys of modern Pakistan and northwestern India, a remarkable civilization flourished that built the most sophisticated cities the ancient world had ever seen. The Indus Valley people weren't interested in towering pyramids or massive palaces. They focused on a far more practical goal: making urban life actually work. These ancient engineers created sanitation systems that wouldn't be matched for thousands of years. Houses had toilets with seats and chutes that connected to underground drainage networks, carrying sewage away through covered drains that ran beneath every street. While other ancient cities reeked of human waste and suffered constant disease outbreaks, Indus Valley cities stayed clean and healthy. Their urban planning was methodical and precise. Wide streets formed perfect grids, standardized bricks allowed efficient construction, and public baths served both hygiene and social needs. The Great Bath at Mohenjo-Daro featured sophisticated waterproofing and drainage that would impress modern engineers. The Indus Valley civilization also appears remarkably egalitarian. Houses were similar in size and construction, suggesting a society that valued equality over hierarchy, completely different from the pyramid-shaped civilizations emerging elsewhere. Unfortunately, their script remains undeciphered, leaving their thoughts and beliefs locked away like secrets in stone. In distant China, around 2100 BCE, catastrophe struck the Yellow River Valley. The great river burst its banks year after year, turning fertile farmland into muddy lakes and destroying entire harvests. Villagers watched helplessly as floodwaters swept away their homes, their livestock, and their hope. Famine stalked the land, and people began to whisper that the gods had abandoned them. Into this chaos stepped a man who would become legend, Yu the Great. Unlike other rulers who might have prayed to the heavens or fled to higher ground, Yu rolled up his sleeves and got to work. For 13 grueling years, he tramped through marshes and climbed riverbanks, studying every twist and bend of the wild waterway. He mapped flood patterns, calculated water flow, and designed an ambitious network of canals, levees, and dikes. Yu's hands grew calloused from handling shovels and rope. His clothes stayed permanently mud-stained. Legend says he was so devoted to the project that he passed his own house 3 times during construction, but never stopped to visit his family. When the last dike was completed, the Yellow River finally flowed where humans wanted it to flow. The floods ended, crops grew again, and a grateful people proclaimed Yu their emperor. This triumph marked the beginning of the Jia dynasty and established a groundbreaking idea that would shape Chinese politics for thousands of years: the mandate of heaven. Power shouldn't simply pass from father to son. It should flow to whoever proved most capable of serving the people. A ruler who failed his subjects would lose heaven's blessing and forfeit his right to rule. The Jia dynasty was followed by the Shang dynasty, which gives us the first real evidence of Chinese civilization. The Shang ruled from around 1600 to 1046 BCE. Shang craftsmen created beautiful bronze vessels and weapons. They developed early Chinese writing by carving questions into turtle shells and animal bones, then heating them until they cracked. Priests would read the answers from the gods in those crack patterns. This practice helped create the idea of the mandate of heaven, the belief that heaven chose who should rule China. Around 1200 BCE, disaster struck the Bronze Age world. Within a few decades, great civilizations that had lasted for centuries simply collapsed. Trade networks that connected distant lands disappeared. Cities that had stood for 1,000 years burned to the ground. The mighty Hittite Empire vanished completely. One of history's great powers simply disappeared from the records. The Mycenaean Greeks lost their palaces, their writing system, and their complex society, retreating to small villages for centuries. The Canaanite cities of the Levant were destroyed or abandoned. Even mighty Egypt survived but was severely weakened, losing much of its territory and influence. Yet not everyone fell. Assyria in northern Mesopotamia weathered the storm and would later build a new empire. Babylon endured the chaos. Far to the east, China remained largely isolated from this Mediterranean catastrophe, with the Shang dynasty continuing to rule for another century and a half. Among the causes of destruction were the mysterious Sea Peoples, who remain one of history's great puzzles. Egyptian records describe them as raiders and invaders who came from the islands and from the north. But we don't know exactly who they were. They might have been displaced refugees fleeing their own collapsing homelands, pirates taking advantage of the chaos, or a confederation of different groups attacking weakened cities. The collapse wasn't entirely mysterious. Severe droughts weakened agriculture, internal rebellions tore societies apart, and trade networks broke down. But the speed and completeness of the disaster still puzzles historians. How did such powerful civilizations fall so quickly and so thoroughly? While darkness descended on the Mediterranean across the Atlantic Ocean, completely unaware of the old world's catastrophe, a mysterious civilization was emerging in the tropical lowlands of Mexico that would become the foundation for all subsequent Mesoamerican cultures. The Olmec civilization is often called the mother civilization of the Americas, and for good reason. But much about the Olmecs remains tantalizingly mysterious. Scholars still debate whether their surviving glyphs form a complete writing system or represent proto-symbols that historians have yet to fully understand. Thousands of years ago, while Egyptian pharaohs were building their eternal pyramids, this enigmatic civilization was rising in the steaming jungles of Mexico. Their glyphs remain undeciphered, like finding a locked diary with no key. It's one of history's most frustrating puzzles. But the Olmecs left us a haunting and unforgettable legacy. 17 colossal stone heads, each weighing several tons and carved with incredible skill. These aren't just rocks. They're masterpieces that demonstrate artistic sophistication rivaling any civilization in the world. Ancient Mesoamericans believed the head was everything. Your emotions, memories, your very soul lived there. We don't know their names like we know Ramesses or Hammurabi. We can't read their thoughts or understand their beliefs. But when you stand before these stone giants and look into their eyes, you feel a profound connection, their presence. In a way, they've achieved immortality, frozen in time, waiting for us to unlock their secrets and discover what their lost civilization truly accomplished. The Olmec legacy didn't disappear when their civilization faded. Instead, it lived on in new cultures, including the remarkable Zapotec, who emerged around 500 BCE in the Oaxaca region of Mexico. Where the Olmecs had built in the coastal lowlands, the Zapotec chose the mountains, constructing their magnificent capital city of Monte Alban on a mountaintop overlooking the entire Oaxaca Valley. This represented sophisticated urban planning and engineering that built brilliantly upon Mesoamerican traditions. The city housed a ruling elite who governed a hierarchical society of skilled artisans and farmers. Like their Olmec predecessors, the Zapotec developed their own writing system using symbols and glyphs, though theirs proved more decipherable than the mysterious Olmec script. The Zapotec were renowned throughout Mesoamerica for their innovative agricultural practices, including advanced maize cultivation techniques that sustained communities even during severe droughts. They also created an advanced calendar system based on intricate 260-day ritual cycles and 365-day solar cycles. This demonstrated astronomical knowledge that rivaled any civilization in the world, continuing the Mesoamerican tradition of sophisticated timekeeping that would later reach its absolute peak with the Maya. While these isolated civilizations developed their own solutions across the ocean, the Old World was experiencing its own breakthrough. The Iron Age emerged as an innovation born of desperation. With trade routes shattered, metalworkers could no longer obtain the tin needed to make bronze. Forced to experiment, they turned to iron, a metal they had long dismissed as inferior to gleaming bronze. Iron ore lay scattered across the earth in abundance, unlike precious tin that required vast trading networks spanning continents. Though iron proved stubborn and difficult to work, desperate smiths discovered that with higher temperatures and new techniques, they could forge it into something stronger than bronze had ever been. This iron revolution would spread across the world at different speeds, but nowhere would it flourish more successfully than in the ancient civilizations of Asia. Far from the collapsing Mediterranean powers, stable kingdoms in India and China could fully embrace iron's potential, using it to support larger populations and develop sophisticated cultures that would shape human thought for millennia. In India, iron technology was already centuries old, giving the subcontinent a crucial advantage. As iron plows opened new farmland along the sacred Ganges River, kingdoms emerged across northern India. This was the Vedic period, when the great Sanskrit epics, the Mahabharata and Ramayana, were composed, telling tales of heroic kings and cosmic battles. Iron tools allowed these kingdoms to clear dense forests and expand agriculture on an unprecedented scale. By 600 BCE, 16 major kingdoms called the Mahajanapadas controlled northern India, their iron-armed soldiers and iron-plowed fields supporting growing populations and increasingly sophisticated cultures. Around 563 BCE, a prince named Siddhartha Gautama was born into luxury in what is now Nepal. This perfection lasted until he ventured outside his palace for the first time and saw an old man dying on the street, a sight that fundamentally changed his understanding of human existence. Realizing that suffering, aging, and death were inevitable parts of life that couldn't be avoided through wealth or power, Siddhartha abandoned his luxurious life to seek enlightenment. After 6 years of meditation and study, he sat under a fig tree and achieved complete enlightenment, becoming the Buddha, the awakened one. The Mauryan Empire emerged under Chandragupta Maurya in 321 BCE, spanning much of modern-day India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Afghanistan. The third ruler, Ashoka the Great, initially followed the traditional path of conquest until a bloody war against Kalinga killed over 100,000 people. Standing among the battlefield corpses, Ashoka experienced a profound spiritual crisis and turned to Buddhist teachings. His dominion became renowned for supporting non-violence and compassion, one of history's most complete reversals from a conquering warlord to peaceful philosopher king. After centuries of fragmentation, the Gupta Empire emerged in 320 CE, establishing India's most brilliant age. Sanskrit literature reached new heights, but the Guptas' greatest achievements came in mathematics and astronomy. At universities like Nalanda, Indian scholars developed the concept of zero into a true number and created the decimal system, breakthroughs that would transform commerce, engineering, and science forever. The Guptas practiced remarkable religious tolerance, supporting both Hindu traditions and Buddhist monasteries. Art and architecture flourished, while trade networks spread Indian cultural and religious influences across Southeast Asia, creating lasting influence that would shape the region forever. Meanwhile, China was tearing itself apart. The Zhou dynasty's divine mandate had crumbled, and 7 warring kingdoms battled for supremacy across the land in an endless cycle of violence. During the earlier Zhou period, 2 great philosophers had emerged whose teachings would shape Chinese thought for millennia. Confucius, 551 to 479 BCE, had developed a philosophy emphasizing moral cultivation, respect for tradition, and social harmony through proper relationships between rulers and subjects. His teachings stressed that good government came through virtuous examples rather than force. Around the same time, the mysterious sage Lao Tzu founded Taoism, teaching that true wisdom came from understanding and following the natural order of the universe, the Wei, or Tao, rather than fighting against it. But now, traditional Confucian ideals of harmony and virtue seemed useless in a world where strength alone determined survival. The peaceful wisdom of Lao Tzu's Taoism felt equally powerless against the brutal realities of endless warfare. Into this chaos stepped Han Feizi with a new philosophy: legalism. While Confucians preached about inherent human goodness and Taoists spoke of natural balance, Han Feizi saw the brutal reality that surrounded him daily. People were fundamentally selfish and would only follow rules when faced with real, immediate consequences. Han Feizi's solution was as cold as it was logical. Forget moral persuasion and elaborate ritual ceremonies. What China desperately needed was an iron-fisted ruler with absolute power over every aspect of society: the military, the economy, even private behavior. This ruler would govern through a simple, brutal equation: obey the law and prosper, break it and face severe punishment. Fear, not love, would hold the state together. The philosophy was harsh, but it promised an end to the chaos. In a world where weakness meant death, legalism offered strength and order. One ambitious king was listening very carefully to these ideas. Qin Shi Huang achieved the impossible. He united China under one throne. The endless wars were finally over. 7 kingdoms that had torn each other apart for centuries now knelt before a single emperor. Using the iron fist of legalism, he standardized everything: laws, currency, even the way people wrote. China had never been more unified or more controlled. But the emperor's death in 210 BCE shattered everything. Without their iron-willed ruler, the legalist system collapsed like a house of cards. Rebellions erupted across the empire as people who had endured years of harsh punishment finally fought back. The Qin dynasty, which had seemed invincible, crumbled in just 4 years. From the ruins rose Liu Bang, a peasant who had clawed his way to power through cunning and ruthlessness. When he established the Han dynasty in 206 BCE, he made a crucial decision: abandon the failed legalist approach. Instead, he embraced Confucian principles of moderation and moral governance. The people, exhausted by tyranny, welcomed the change with open arms. The Han dynasty didn't just survive, it thrived magnificently. Silk production exploded, creating wealth for merchants brave enough to carry the precious fabric across deadly deserts and treacherous mountain passes. In 138 BCE, Emperor Hanwu dispatched convoys into the unknown West, opening trade routes that would become the legendary Silk Road. Chinese silk began flowing to Mediterranean markets, where a single bolt could buy a small fortune. But Chinese silk would never have reached Roman toga-wearing senators without the crucial middlemen who made the impossible possible. In the great trading cities of Central Asia, Samarkand and Bukhara, Sogdian merchants became the invisible heroes of the Silk Road. When a Roman patrician draped himself in Chinese silk, he probably had no idea his luxury had passed through a dozen hands across 4,000 miles of deserts, mountains, and hostile kingdoms. The Sogdians were the ones who made it all work. They spoke Chinese to buy silk in Kashgar, Persian to negotiate passage through hostile territories, and Arabic to sell in Damascus markets. While empires waged wars and built monuments, the Sogdians quietly built something more valuable: the networks that held the ancient world together. Without them, the greatest trade route in history would have been just a nice idea that died in the desert. They didn't conquer lands, they conquered distance itself. The Han would rule for over 400 years, proving that sometimes the gentle hand succeeds where the iron fist fails completely. Their empire reached westward along these very trade routes, where Chinese merchants encountered the great powers that controlled the lands between east and west. And among the greatest of these powers, rising across the vast steppes and mountains of Central Asia, was a realm that would dwarf even Han China in scope and influence. Young Cyrus would rewrite the map of Asia. Born into a world where his grandfather, King Astyages of the Medes, had ordered his death based on a terrifying prophetic dream, Cyrus survived through what seemed like miraculous circumstances. When he reached adulthood, that ancient prophecy came to pass. He revolted against his grandfather and won decisively in 550 BCE. But Cyrus wasn't content with merely overthrowing his grandfather's Median kingdom, the dominant power that had ruled much of the Iranian plateau and helped topple the mighty Assyrians. His ambitions stretched far beyond family revenge. He continued his conquests with methodical brilliance, capturing the great city of Babylon and becoming supreme ruler of Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization itself. What made Cyrus revolutionary wasn't just his military genius, it was his completely new approach to ruling conquered peoples. Unlike previous conquerors who imposed their culture and destroyed local traditions, Cyrus allowed subject peoples to maintain their own customs and beliefs. When he conquered Babylon, he freed the Jewish exiles who had been held captive for decades and actually funded the rebuilding of their temple in Jerusalem. The grateful Jews called him the Anointed One, a sacred title reserved for their greatest leaders. This tolerant policy wasn't just kindness, it was political genius that earned him the fierce loyalty of diverse populations across his vast realm and the title Cyrus the Great. His dominion eventually encompassed territories from the Indus Valley to the Aegean Sea, creating one of the largest kingdoms the world had ever seen. The Persians developed an efficient administrative system, with provinces governed by appointed officials who were connected by extensive road networks that enabled rapid communication across vast distances. This was a government on a scale and sophistication that dwarfed anything that had come before. When Cyrus conquered the Greek colony of Ionia in Asia Minor, he brought Persians into direct contact with Greek civilization for the first time, setting the stage for the epic conflicts that would define classical antiquity. When Cyrus died, he left this vast empire to successors including Darius the Great, who would attempt to extend Persian rule into mainland Greece. This growing Persian empire would soon clash with the Greek city-states, setting the stage for legendary conflicts that would determine whether East or West would dominate the ancient world. South of Egypt, along the Nile River, the kingdom of Kush controlled the trade routes between Africa and the Mediterranean world. becoming wealthy through their mastery of ironworking and control of gold mines. Their capital at Meroe became one of the ancient world's greatest iron production centers, with smoke from countless forges darkening the sky. This technological superiority enabled them to achieve something extraordinary. They conquered Egypt itself around 750 BCE, ruling as the 25th dynasty for nearly a century. These black pharaohs built more pyramids than any Egyptian dynasty, creating the stunning royal cemetery at Meroe with over 200 pyramids. But Kush was more than just a regional power. They controlled the flow of gold, ivory, and exotic animals from the African interior to the Mediterranean networks that connected Greece, Rome, and Persia. The kingdom would prove remarkably enduring, lasting over 1,400 years, longer than most empires. Their queens, known as Kandakes, wielded real political power and led armies into battle. When Roman forces later tried to invade, Queen Amanirenas successfully resisted them, forcing Rome to negotiate a treaty that recognized Kushite independence. For millennia, the interior of Africa remained largely outside the orbit of the great urban civilizations to the north. But it was far from empty. Across the forests and grasslands of West and Central Africa, small communities developed rich oral traditions, deep knowledge of their environment, and close-knit clan-based societies. Then came iron. Around 1000 BCE, the Iron Revolution began to reshape life across this region. Whether independently discovered or introduced through trade and contact, iron tools unlocked a new age of possibility. Bantu-speaking peoples, armed with iron axes and agricultural knowledge, began one of the most significant migrations in human history. Starting around 1000 BCE, these communities expanded slowly but steadily from their West and Central African heartlands, carrying with them iron plows that could cut through dense tropical forest, iron weapons for hunting, and new crops like yams and bananas that thrived in varied climates. Over 1,500 years, they would populate most of Eastern and Southern Africa, a movement involving millions of people across thousands of miles. Unlike conquering armies, this was a gradual and organic expansion. Families and farmers seeking better land, not empire. The Bantu brought pottery techniques, metalworking skills, and farming practices that reshaped entire ecosystems. They didn't build stone cities or leave written records, but their impact was no less profound. By 500 CE, Bantu-speaking societies had established the cultural and agricultural foundation for future African kingdoms from Kenya to South Africa. Their languages spread across the continent, forming the backbone of hundreds of ethnic groups. Today, over 400 million people speak Bantu languages, a living legacy of one of humanity's most sweeping and underappreciated civilizational shifts. In Greece, the Bronze Age collapse had ushered in a dark age that lasted 4 centuries. The great Mycenaean palaces lay in ruins. People forgot how to write. Trade vanished. Populations scattered into isolated villages clinging to survival. But around 800 BCE, Greece began to stir again. The rocky, sun-baked soil of the mainland couldn't sustain its growing people. Grain shortages turned into hunger. Families watched their children grow thin while merchant ships passed by, bound for richer lands. The Greeks responded with a bold solution. They would export their people. Across the Aegean and beyond, city-states like Miletus and Corinth launched organized colonization missions. Not chaotic migrations, but state-sponsored expeditions. Each new colony was carefully chosen for access to arable land, fresh water, and proximity to trade routes. Scouts were sent ahead. Religious rituals sanctified the departure. The mother city, Metropolis, would bless the new colony, Apoikia, and maintain bonds of kinship and trade. This wasn't empire. It was replication. Each colony was a miniature Greece, complete with temples, agora, and language. Over time, Hundreds of these outposts sprang up, from the Black Sea to Spain. Miletus alone founded over 80 colonies, while others like Syracuse and Massalia, modern Marseille, became major powers in their own right. The Greeks had turned the Mediterranean into a constellation of civilization, their colonies linked by sea lanes and shared identity. Merchant ships returned home heavy with the grain that fed the next generation, and the Greeks, once on the brink of starvation, began their climb toward greatness. The clash between East and West became inevitable when Darius the Great, Cyrus's successor, finally turned Persian attention to Greece. When he brought overwhelming force, 20,000 men, to Marathon in 490 BCE, the Athenians seemed hopelessly outmatched with only 10,000 soldiers. Yet through superior tactics and desperate courage, they achieved the impossible. The Greek hoplites, heavily armored infantry soldiers, crushed the lighter Persian foot soldiers. The battlefield was littered with 6,400 Persian bodies, while the Athenians lost only 192 men. The victory was so stunning that messenger Pheidippides ran 26.2 miles from Marathon to Athens to announce the triumph, creating the world's first marathon. But the Persians weren't finished. Xerxes, Darius's son, returned with an even more massive force, over 100,000 soldiers, determined to complete his father's mission. At the narrow pass of Thermopylae, 300 Spartans under King Leonidas made their legendary stand alongside 7,000 other Greek warriors. Though ultimately defeated when the Persians discovered a mountain path, their sacrifice bought precious time. The subsequent naval battle at Salamis saw the Greeks use the narrow straits to devastating effect. They trapped the Persian fleet and dealt them a crushing defeat. The brilliant Athenian general Themistocles lured 500 Persian triremes into confined waters where 300 Greek vessels could destroy them. The final blow came at Plataea in 479 BCE, where the Greeks prevailed against all odds, ending the Persian threat. The Persian defeat ushered in what historians call the Golden Age of Greece. Athens, no longer threatened by foreign invasion, channeled its energy into unprecedented cultural achievements. The Parthenon rose on the Acropolis, its marble columns reaching toward the heavens. Theatre flourished with playwrights like Sophocles, Aeschylus, and Aristophanes creating works that still move audiences today. Philosophy blossomed as thinkers like Plato questioned the very nature of reality and governance. Two dramatically different political systems emerged: Spartan militarism versus Athenian democracy. Sparta was a military powerhouse where everything focused on warfare. Athens experimented with humanity's first participatory government through the Council of 500, selected by random lottery to prevent corruption, and the Assembly, where over 30,000 male citizens could vote on important matters. However, not everyone was impressed with democracy. The philosopher Plato considered it fundamentally flawed, arguing that governing required specialized knowledge. Instead of democracy, Plato advocated for the philosopher king, a ruler dedicated to studying wisdom and reasoning. In 356 BCE, in the Kingdom of Macedonia, the greatest military commander in history was born. Alexander the Great grew up knowing he was destined for leadership. Tutored by Aristotle himself, the philosopher known as the father of logic. Alexander was only 20 when his father was assassinated in 336 BCE. When the Greek city of Thebes decided to revolt, Alexander marched his army 240 miles in just 14 days. When Thebes refused to surrender, Alexander razed the entire city to the ground, making an example that echoed across Greece. Alexander's next target was the Persian Empire. In 333 BCE, he faced the Persian army at the Battle of Issus, where Darius III was defeated and forced to flee. In 331 BCE, Alexander faced Darius again at the decisive Battle of Gaugamela. Despite being significantly outnumbered, Alexander achieved a stunning victory through superior tactics, completely shattering the Persian army. Following this victory, Alexander captured Babylon and gained control of Mesopotamia. He continued eastward, winning battles in modern-day Iran and Afghanistan. In 330 BCE, he captured Persepolis, the ceremonial capital of the Persian Empire. Alexander pushed toward India, crossing the Hindu Kush mountains. However, after years of continuous campaigning, his exhausted troops refused to march further. He died in Babylon in 323 BCE at age 32. Alexander died leaving an empire that stretched from Egypt to India, and no clear heir. His generals, the Diadochi, immediately began carving up his conquests. 3 kingdoms emerged from the bloodbath. Ptolemy seized Egypt and established a Greek dynasty that would rule for 3 centuries. These Greek pharaohs built Alexandria into the intellectual capital of the ancient world, with the great library becoming a magnet for scholars. The famous Cleopatra VII was actually the last of this Greek ruling family. Seleucus grabbed the eastern territories, a sprawling realm from Turkey to Afghanistan that proved impossible to hold together. Antigonus kept Macedonia and Greece itself, though his kingdom was the smallest and poorest of the 3. Greek culture spread across the known world, but Greek political power was already fading. A new force was rising in the west that would eventually swallow all 3 successor kingdoms whole. Among the emerging settlements of the Mediterranean was a city that would eventually eclipse them all: Rome. Legend tells us that twin brothers Romulus and Remus, abandoned as infants and nursed by a she-wolf, founded this city in 753 BCE. When the brothers couldn't agree on who would rule, Romulus killed his own brother. Rome was born from violence and blessed by divine intervention. Initially ruled by sophisticated Etruscan kings, Rome learned governance, engineering, and military organization from its advanced neighbors. But what made Rome truly special was how it treated outsiders. While exclusive Greek city-states built walls around their citizenship, Rome did the opposite, offering conquered peoples a path to becoming Roman. They could keep their customs, worship their gods, and still be absorbed into the growing republic. This wasn't mercy. It was political genius. In 509 BCE, Romans overthrew their last king, Tarquin the Proud, and established the Roman Republic, a system where 2 consuls shared power, each able to veto the other. Backed by a powerful Senate and a growing citizen army, Rome expanded steadily across the Italian peninsula. Its greatest test came against Carthage, its rival for control of the western Mediterranean. The First Punic War, 264 to 241 BCE, ended with Roman victory and its first overseas territory, Sicily. But the Second Punic War brought an even greater threat: the brilliant Carthaginian general Hannibal, who led his army and elephants over the Alps in a daring invasion of Italy. At Cannae in 216 BCE, Hannibal annihilated a Roman army twice the size of his own in one of history's most devastating defeats. Rome, however, refused to collapse. It adapted. General Scipio Africanus counter-invaded North Africa and defeated Hannibal at the Battle of Zama in 202 BCE. Carthage fell, and Rome emerged as the master of the western Mediterranean. Flush with victory, Rome expanded further, conquering Greece, absorbing the Hellenistic kingdoms, and pushing into Gaul and Spain. But with success came internal decay. Generals began building personal armies loyal to themselves, not the Republic. Among them rose Julius Caesar, a brilliant general, master politician, and skilled orator who conquered Gaul and won the hearts of the Roman people. In 49 BCE, Caesar crossed the Rubicon River with his army, an act of treason that sparked civil war. The die is cast, he declared, and marched on Rome. He seized power, defeated all rivals, and was declared dictator for life. Caesar restructured the calendar, redistributed land, expanded citizenship, and centralized authority. He wore the purple of a king, but refused the crown. It was too much for Rome's old guard. On the Ides of March, 44 BCE, Caesar was assassinated by senators who feared monarchy. But in killing him, they unleashed the very empire they hoped to avoid. More civil wars followed. Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian, defeated Mark Antony and Cleopatra at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE. In 27 BCE, he became Augustus, Rome's first emperor. The Republic was dead. The empire had begun. Under Augustus, the Roman Empire became the dominant power of the ancient world. Its legions marched across Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Rome swallowed entire kingdoms: Gaul, Egypt, Judea, Dacia, and parts of Germany. It established provinces stretching from the wind-swept highlands of Britain to the lush river valleys of Mesopotamia, from the deserts of North Africa to the alpine borders of the Danube. At its height under Emperor Trajan, the empire ruled over 5 million square kilometers and as many as 70 million people, nearly 1/5 of the world's population. It was during Augustus's reign, in a small stable in Roman-occupied Judea, that Jesus of Nazareth was born. He preached a radical message that all people, rich or poor, citizen or slave, were equal before God. He healed the sick, forgave sinners, and challenged both the Roman authorities and the religious elite. Around 30 CE, the Roman governor Pontius Pilate ordered his crucifixion. But instead of silencing his message, it ignited a movement. His followers believed he had risen from the dead. Stories of his life and teachings spread across the empire, passed from village to village, port to port. Christianity began as a small, persecuted sect, but within a few centuries, it would become the official religion of the Roman world. Meanwhile, Rome's emperors reshaped the world through conquest, infrastructure, and law. The Julio-Claudian dynasty, Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, Nero, established the foundations of imperial rule. Claudius conquered Britain. Nero burned his name into infamy. After his death, the Flavian dynasty, Vespasian, Titus, Domitian, restored order and built the iconic Colosseum. Then came the 5 good emperors of the Nerva-Antonine dynasty: Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius. They oversaw the Golden Age of the empire. Under Trajan, Rome reached its greatest territorial extent. Hadrian fortified the frontiers, including his famous wall in northern Britain. But while emperors expanded borders and built monuments, a spiritual transformation was quietly taking root, one that would eventually transform the Roman world from within. The death of Emperor Marcus Aurelius in 180 CE marked the end of Rome's Golden Age and the beginning of a slow, unraveling decline. His son, Commodus, ruled as a reckless despot, setting a precedent of instability. Beneath the surface, deep tensions simmered: a faltering economy, overstretched borders, and a growing cultural divide between Roman polytheism and the rising tide of Christian monotheism. That tension erupted in moments of violence. When Rome burned in 64 CE, Emperor Nero infamously blamed the Christians, unleashing brutal persecutions. But rather than extinguish the movement, martyrdom only fueled its growth. Christianity spread through cities, markets, and legions, quietly reshaping the empire from within. Then, between 235 and 284 CE, came the crisis of the 3rd century, a nearly fatal collapse. In just 50 years, Rome saw over 20 emperors, most killed by rivals or mutinous troops. Civil wars raged, barbarians crossed weakened frontiers, trade collapsed, the empire fractured into warring states. Hope returned with a vision. In 312 CE, at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, the general Constantine claimed to see a blazing cross in the sky with the words, "In this sign, conquer." He ordered his soldiers to paint Christian symbols on their shields and won a stunning victory over his rival Maxentius. But the victory wasn't just military, it was spiritual. Constantine, once a traditional pagan, became the first Roman emperor to embrace Christianity. He saw in its structure, discipline, and unifying moral code a way to stabilize his fragmented empire. A year later, his Edict of Milan officially legalized Christianity, ending centuries of persecution. Constantine didn't stop at tolerance. He made Christianity central to imperial identity. He built churches, exempted clergy from taxes, and lavished imperial patronage on the growing faith. In 325 CE, he convened the Council of Nicaea, gathering bishops from across the empire to define core Christian beliefs, laying the foundation for centuries of orthodoxy. He also founded a new capital, Constantinople. Strategically located at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, it symbolized a reborn Rome, Christian in spirit and global in ambition. In just a few decades, Christianity had moved from the margins to the center of power, its cross now raised over the empire itself. But faith alone could not save an empire under siege. From the east came the Huns, led by the fearsome Attila, tearing across Europe and pressuring Roman defenses to the breaking point. Rome, desperate for allies, turned to Germanic tribes, Visigoths, Vandals, Ostrogoths, not as enemies, but as soldiers and settlers. It was a dangerous gamble. In 410 CE, the Visigoths under Alaric sacked Rome itself. The first time in 800 years the Eternal City had fallen to a foreign army. The shock reverberated across the known world. In the decades that followed, it bled territory with alarming speed. Carthage was lost to the Vandals. Britain, Gaul, and Spain fragmented into competing kingdoms. In 455 CE, Rome was sacked again, this time by sea. Its wealth plundered, its authority hollow. By the mid-5th century, the Western Roman Empire was Roman in name only. Its emperors were puppets, its legions were mercenaries. Its cities, once marvels of the ancient world, fell into neglect and ruin. Then, in 476 CE, the curtain closed. A Germanic general named Odoacer deposed Romulus Augustulus, a teenage figurehead with no real power. No armies came to restore him. No emperors followed. The imperial crown was sent east to Constantinople, a silent admission that the Western Empire was finished. The Western Roman Empire, after centuries of glory, was no more. And yet, Rome did not fall entirely. Its laws, its language, its faith, and its memory endured, absorbed into the kingdoms that followed. In the east, the empire lived on. From the golden domes of Constantinople, Roman emperors would rule for nearly 1,000 more years. We call them the Byzantines, but they called themselves Romans. The fall of Rome was not the end. It was a turning point. From its ashes, new powers rose. In the Arabian desert, a merchant named Muhammad received revelations that would ignite a global faith. Across Europe and the Near East, kingdoms, churches, and empires emerged to claim the legacy of antiquity. From the first canals of Mesopotamia to the conversion of Constantine, the ancient world shaped how humans would live, rule, believe, and build. Law, religion, power, and philosophy, all born in this era, would echo for millennia. This was more than survival. It was the creation of meaning. The collapse of the Western Roman Empire did not erase the past. It planted seeds for the future. The world had changed. The transformation was complete. In 476 CE, the Western Roman Empire fell, the end of the classical world that had dominated civilization for over 1,000 years. But this collapse wasn't the end of human progress. It was the beginning of a transformation that would reshape the entire world. Enter the Middle Ages, where new powers would rise from Rome's ashes to create civilizations that would define human culture for centuries. This wasn't a dark age at all. This is when magnificent cathedrals soared toward heaven, scholars preserved ancient wisdom, and warriors connected distant continents for the first time. In Arabia, a merchant named Muhammad would create one of the world's great religions. In Scandinavia, Vikings would establish trade routes from Greenland to Constantinople. In Mongolia, a young boy would create the largest land empire ever seen. This is how scattered tribes became powerful empires, how local traditions gave way to universal faiths, how isolated regions became connected through trade and conquest, laying the foundation for our modern world. As the Western Roman Empire crumbled in 476 CE, Europe didn't simply descend into darkness. Instead, new powers rushed to fill the vacuum left by Rome's collapse. The stage was set for a complete transformation of European civilization. In the former Roman territories, Germanic tribes established new kingdoms with remarkable speed. The Visigoths controlled Spain, the Vandals dominated North Africa, and the Ostrogoths ruled Italy. The Saxons, Angles, and Jutes invaded Britain to form Anglo-Saxon England. The Franks settled in northern Gaul, while the Burgundians carved out their kingdom in the southeast. The Lombards would later conquer northern Italy, the Thuringians occupied central Germany, and the Alemanni formed a fierce confederation in southwestern Germany and Switzerland. But these weren't simply barbarian hordes, they were advanced political entities that blended Germanic traditions with Roman administrative practices. The most successful of these new kingdoms emerged in Gaul, in what is now France, where a Frankish chieftain named Clovis united the fractured tribes. In 496 CE, at the Battle of Tolbiac, Clovis faced the Alemanni in a struggle that would determine the future of Christianity in Western Europe. As his forces began to falter, legend tells us that Clovis called out to the Christian god for victory, promising conversion if he emerged triumphant. The tide turned dramatically. The Franks routed the Alemanni, and Clovis kept his word. His conversion to Christianity wasn't just a personal decision. It was a brilliant political move that aligned him with the Catholic Church and the Roman population of Gaul. This alliance between Germanic military power and Christian authority would define European civilization for centuries to come. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Roman Empire, now known as the Byzantine Empire, Emperor Justinian I was attempting to restore Roman greatness. From 527 to 565 CE, Justinian reconquered much of the Mediterranean, including Italy, North Africa, and parts of Spain. His greatest achievement wasn't military, however, but legal. The Corpus Juris Civilis, or Justinian's Code, systematized Roman law and became the foundation for legal systems across Europe for centuries. Justinian also commissioned the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, an architectural marvel that still stands today. Its massive dome seemed to defy gravity, leading contemporaries to believe it was suspended from heaven by a golden chain. For nearly 1,000 years, it would remain the largest cathedral in the world. But Justinian's reconquests proved unsustainable. The empire was overstretched, the treasury depleted, and new threats were emerging from the east. The stage was set for a religious revolution that would reshape the medieval world. In the harsh deserts of Arabia, in the trading city of Mecca, a merchant named Muhammad was about to change the world. Born around 570 CE into the Quraysh tribe, Muhammad earned the nickname Al-Amin, the trustworthy, for his honest dealings in trade. In 610 CE, while meditating in a cave on Mount Jabal al-Nur, Muhammad experienced a vision that would alter the course of history. The angel Gabriel appeared and commanded him to recite in the name of his Lord who creates man from a clot. These became the opening verses of the Quran, Islam's holy book. Initially, Muhammad's message found few followers. His denunciation of idol worship threatened the economic foundations of Mecca, which prospered from pilgrims visiting the Kaaba shrine. Persecution forced Muhammad and his followers to flee to Medina in 622 CE, an event called the Hijra that marks the beginning of the Islamic calendar. In Medina, Muhammad proved to be not just a prophet, but a brilliant political leader. He united the warring tribes of the city and established the first Islamic community, or Ummah. When the Meccan Quraysh attacked with a massive army, Muhammad devised an ingenious defense. His followers dug a trench around Medina, making it impossible for the cavalry-dependent Meccans to breach the city's defenses. For weeks, the Quraysh laid siege to Medina, but they couldn't overcome the trench. Eventually, harsh weather and supply shortages forced them to abandon the siege. Muhammad's tactical brilliance had saved the early Muslim community. By 630 CE, Muhammad's followers had grown strong enough to march on Mecca itself. In a remarkable display of mercy, Muhammad granted amnesty to his former enemies, and most of the Meccan population converted to Islam. At the time of Muhammad's death in 632 CE, the entire Arabian Peninsula was united under the banner of Islam. What happened next stunned the medieval world. Muhammad's successors, known as caliphs, meaning successors or deputies of the Prophet, took command of this unified Arabian force. Under the first four caliphs, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali, Islamic armies exploded out of Arabia with unprecedented speed. In just a century, they conquered an empire stretching from Spain to Central Asia. The key to their success wasn't just military prowess, though their light cavalry and disciplined tactics were formidable. The real secret was their message of equality and justice. In the Byzantine and Sasanian empires, religious minorities faced persecution and heavy taxation. The Arabs offered religious tolerance and lower taxes to those who submitted peacefully. In 636 CE, at the Battle of Yarmouk, the Arab forces crushed a massive Byzantine army, opening the way to Syria and Palestine. This wasn't just any victory. The Byzantines were the Eastern Roman Empire, one of the most powerful military forces in the world at that time. Their defeat sent shockwaves across the medieval world. Jerusalem, the holy city sacred to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, surrendered to Caliph Umar in 638 CE. In a gesture that would define Islamic policy for centuries, the caliph's first act was to personally clean the Temple Mount, the site where Solomon's temple once stood, and where Muslims believe Muhammad ascended to heaven. More importantly, Umar guaranteed the safety of Christian pilgrims and allowed them to continue worshipping freely, a stark contrast to the religious persecution common in other empires. The Sasanian Empire of Persia, which had ruled from modern-day Iran to parts of Central Asia for over 400 years, proved even more vulnerable to Arab conquest. At the Battle of Qadisiyah in 636 CE, Arab forces shattered the Persian army using superior mobility and tactics. The Sasanians, who had been Rome's greatest rival and controlled the vital trade routes between East and West, collapsed completely. Within a decade, this 1,000-year-old empire had vanished forever, its territories absorbed into the rapidly expanding Islamic world. By 711 CE, Muslim armies under the Berber general Tariq ibn Ziyad had crossed the narrow Strait of Gibraltar and conquered most of Spain, defeating the Visigothic kingdom. The Berbers were the indigenous North African peoples who had converted to Islam during the Arab conquest of their lands, and they became some of the most effective soldiers in the Islamic armies. The Islamic expansion seemed unstoppable as they pushed into Francia until they finally met their match against Charles Martel and his Frankish forces at the Battle of Tours in 732 CE. The Umayyad Caliphate, which ruled from 661 to 750 CE, had made this vast expansion possible. After the assassination of Ali, the fourth caliph, Muawiyah I seized power and established the first hereditary Islamic dynasty, ruling from Damascus. The Umayyads transformed the Islamic State from a religious community into a traditional empire, with a professional army, an efficient bureaucracy, and a magnificent court culture. Under their rule, the Islamic Empire reached its greatest territorial extent, stretching from Spain to Central Asia. However, the Umayyads faced growing criticism for favoring Arab Muslims over non-Arab converts and for becoming too secular and worldly in their rule. Many felt they had abandoned the spiritual ideals of early Islam in favor of imperial luxury and power. This discontent eventually led to their downfall in 750 CE, when they were overthrown by the Abbasids, who promised to restore Islamic purity and create a more inclusive empire. Charles Martel's victory at Tours had halted Islamic expansion into Europe, but it was his grandson Charlemagne who would truly transform the continent. When Charlemagne became king of the Franks in 768 CE, Europe was a patchwork of competing kingdoms, tribal territories, and crumbling Roman remnants. Charlemagne had a vision: to restore Christian civilization and create a new Roman Empire in the West. He was a giant of a man, over 6 feet tall when the average height was 5 feet, with piercing blue eyes and a presence that commanded respect. More importantly, he was a military genius and a devout Christian who saw himself as God's instrument for spreading the faith. For 30 years, Charlemagne campaigned relentlessly. He conquered the Lombard kingdom in Italy, subdued the Saxons in Germany through decades of brutal warfare, and pushed the Islamic frontier back to the Pyrenees. By 800 CE, his empire stretched from the North Sea to the Mediterranean, from the Atlantic to the Elbe River. On Christmas Day 800 CE, in St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, Pope Leo III placed a crown on Charlemagne's head and declared him Emperor of the Romans. This moment marked the birth of what would later be called the Holy Roman Empire, a new synthesis of Germanic power, Christian faith, and Roman tradition. But Charlemagne's greatest achievement wasn't military, it was cultural. By the 8th century, Western Europe had plunged into what many historians call the Dark Ages. Libraries had been destroyed, schools had closed, and much of the learning from ancient Greece and Rome was disappearing. Charlemagne recognized that a strong empire needed educated administrators, clergy, and nobles to function effectively. To combat this intellectual decline, he launched what historians call the Carolingian Renaissance, a revival of learning that saved classical knowledge from extinction. He established schools throughout his empire, standardized writing through the development of Carolingian minuscule, the basis of modern lowercase letters, and gathered scholars from across Europe to his court. The palace school at Aachen became the intellectual center of Western Europe. Scholars like Alcuin of York worked tirelessly to copy and preserve ancient texts. Without their efforts, much of our knowledge of classical literature would have been lost forever. They created a curriculum based on the 7 liberal arts: grammar, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music, that would define European education for centuries. Unfortunately, Charlemagne's empire didn't survive his death in 814 CE. His son, Louis the Pious, lacked his father's strength, and the empire was soon racked by civil wars between Louis's 3 sons. The Treaty of Verdun in 843 CE divided the empire into 3 parts: West Francia, which is modern France, East Francia, which is modern Germany, and the Middle Kingdom, which includes modern Italy and the Low Countries. This division had profound consequences. It established the linguistic and cultural boundaries that still define Europe today, and created the political fragmentation that would characterize the medieval period. But the idea of a unified Christian Europe, Charlemagne's greatest legacy, would inspire leaders for centuries to come. Just as Europe was trying to stabilize under Christian kingdoms, a new threat emerged from the north that would terrorize the continent for 3 centuries. England before the Vikings was divided into 4 major Anglo-Saxon kingdoms that had been established for centuries. Northumbria controlled the north, East Anglia ruled the east, Mercia dominated the Midlands, and Wessex held the southwest. These kingdoms had their own rulers, laws, and cultures, and while they sometimes fought each other, they were all Christian and relatively peaceful. Monasteries like Lindisfarne had become centers of learning and wealth, filled with precious manuscripts, golden treasures, and defenseless monks. On June 8, 793 CE, this peaceful world was shattered when Viking longships filled with fierce Norse warriors appeared off the coast of Lindisfarne, a holy island off the English coast. The monastery of Lindisfarne was one of Christianity's most sacred sites in England, home to beautiful manuscripts and precious treasures. The Vikings showed no mercy. They slaughtered the monks, looted the treasures, and burned the buildings. The attack sent shockwaves throughout Christian Europe. Pagan warriors had destroyed one of the holiest places in Christendom. But the Vikings weren't just mindless barbarians. They were skilled sailors, fierce warriors, and surprisingly complex traders and explorers. Their longships, with their shallow drafts and flexible construction, could navigate both open seas and shallow rivers. This gave them unprecedented mobility. They could strike anywhere and disappear before defenders could react. The Vikings came from 3 distinct Scandinavian kingdoms, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, but their impact was felt from Greenland to Constantinople. These weren't random raiders, but skilled seafarers who used their superior longship technology to dominate the seas and rivers of medieval Europe. Danish Vikings focused primarily on England and France, where they established permanent settlements and political control. In England, they systematically conquered the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, creating the Danelaw, a vast territory covering northern and eastern England, where Danish law, customs, and language prevailed. Cities like York, which they called Jorvik, and Derby became major Viking trading centers. The Danes also repeatedly attacked France, most famously besieging Paris in 845 CE, and again in 885 to 886 CE, forcing French kings to pay massive tributes called Danegeld, literally Danish money, to buy peace. Norwegian Vikings sailed west into the Atlantic, becoming some of history's greatest explorers. They settled Iceland around 870 CE, founding Reykjavik, meaning Smoky Bay, then pushed further west to Greenland around 980 CE under Eric the Red. Most remarkably, around 1000 CE, Leif Erikson reached North America, which they called Vinland, establishing temporary settlements in what is now Newfoundland, Canada. This made them the first Europeans to reach the Americas, 500 years before Columbus. Swedish Vikings, known as Varangians, sailed east down the rivers of Russia, founding cities like Kiev and Novgorod that became major trading posts. In 882 CE, the Varangian chieftain Oleg united these settlements into the Kievan Rus, the first Russian state. From there, they continued south to Constantinople, where they traded with the Byzantine Empire, and some even served as the emperor's elite bodyguards, called the Varangian Guard. The Vikings' success stemmed from more than just their ships and weapons. European society was unprepared for their tactics. While Christian knights fought according to codes of honor, Vikings struck without warning, targeting the soft spots of civilization, monasteries, trading centers, and undefended settlements. Their raids forced European society to adapt. Kings built new fortifications, established standing armies, and developed new military tactics. The pressure of Viking attacks accelerated the development of feudalism, a political system where local lords were granted land in exchange for military service and protection. When central kings couldn't defend distant territories, local nobles took responsibility for defending their own regions, creating a network of fortified castles and warrior knights that would define medieval Europe. But the Vikings weren't invincible. By Alfred's time, the Vikings had conquered most of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, leaving Wessex as the last independent stronghold. At the Battle of Edington in 878 CE, Alfred the Great of Wessex defeated the Danish Great Army and forced their leader Guthrum to convert to Christianity. Alfred was a brilliant military innovator who created England's first navy, built a network of fortified towns called burhs, and reorganized his army to fight the mobile Viking forces. His victory marked the beginning of English resistance to Viking expansion and the start of English unification. The Viking Age gradually came to an end as Scandinavian kingdoms converted to Christianity and developed stronger central authorities. The last great Viking expedition was Harald Hardrada's invasion of England in 1066 CE, which ended in defeat at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Ironically, this weakened the English just enough for William the Conqueror's Norman invasion to succeed, and the Normans were themselves descendants of Vikings who had settled in France. William the Conqueror's victory at the Battle of Hastings in 1066 CE transformed England forever. William, Duke of Normandy, claimed the English throne through a distant family connection and alleged promise from the previous king. His Norman army brought revolutionary changes to England. They built massive stone castles to control the population, introduced Norman French as the language of government and nobility, and established a new feudal system. The Norman conquest didn't just change who ruled England, it fundamentally altered English culture, language, and society. The Normans established a dynasty that would rule England for centuries. William's descendants included some of the most famous English kings: his son Henry I, his great-grandson Henry II, who founded the Plantagenet dynasty, and eventually kings like Richard the Lionheart and John of Magna Carta fame. The Norman influence was so profound that modern English contains thousands of French words, and England's legal and governmental systems still bear Norman fingerprints today. In a strange twist of history, the Vikings' final defeat paved the way for other descendants of Vikings to completely reshape the very kingdom they had tried so hard to conquer. While Europe experienced the fall of Rome, the rise of new kingdoms, the birth of Islam, Charlemagne's empire, and the Viking Age, an equally remarkable civilization was flourishing independently across the Atlantic. In the rainforests of Central America, the Maya classical period saw the development of cities and intellectual achievements that rivaled any in the early medieval world. Maya cities like Tikal, Palenque, and Copan became centers of learning that surpassed most European cities of their time. While Europe was struggling to preserve classical knowledge during the early medieval period, Maya astronomers were calculating the length of the solar year to 365.2420 days, more accurate than any calendar used in Europe until the modern era. They developed the concept of zero independently of Asia, created complex mathematical systems using base 20 arithmetic, and predicted eclipses centuries in advance with stunning precision. Maya society was organized around powerful city-states ruled by divine kings who commissioned magnificent pyramids, palaces, and ball courts that rivaled the greatest buildings of Byzantium or Baghdad. The Maya writing system used over 800 glyphs to record everything from royal genealogies to astronomical observations, making them the only civilization in the pre-Columbian Americas to develop a fully functional writing system. Their texts reveal a complex understanding of history, mythology, and science that parallels the intellectual achievements of the Islamic Golden Age. The Maya developed sophisticated agricultural techniques including raised fields, terracing, and advanced water management systems that supported dense urban populations in challenging tropical environments. Their cities featured complex urban planning with residential areas, ceremonial centers, and astronomical observatories that tracked celestial movements with remarkable precision. Maya art and architecture reflected their advanced understanding of mathematics and astronomy. Temples were precisely aligned with astronomical events, while intricate carvings and murals recorded history and mythological narratives in their complex hieroglyphic script. The Maya created detailed historical records that allow us to know the names and deeds of individual rulers who lived over 1,000 years ago, a level of historical documentation that rivals the best chroniclers of medieval Europe. By 1095 CE, Christian Europe had survived the Viking onslaught and was ready to take the offensive. The catalyst came from an unexpected source, a desperate plea for help from the Byzantine emperor. The Seljuk Turks, fierce Muslim warriors from Central Asia, had conquered most of Anatolia and were threatening Constantinople itself. Emperor Alexius I ruled the Byzantine Empire, the surviving eastern half of the old Roman Empire. When he became emperor in 1081 CE, his empire was collapsing. The Seljuk Turks were conquering his eastern territories, Norman warriors were attacking from the west, and various other enemies were threatening his borders. After years of fighting on multiple fronts, Alexius was desperate for help. He sent envoys to Western Europe, asking for mercenary soldiers to help him fight the Turks. Pope Urban II saw this as a golden opportunity. Urban was a skilled political leader who wanted to unite the warring kingdoms of Europe under Christianity. At the Council of Clermont in 1095 CE, he delivered one of history's most influential speeches. He declared that their brethren who lived in the East were in urgent need of help, and they must hasten to give them the aid which had often been promised. Urban called on all Christians to stop fighting each other and instead march to the Holy Land to rescue Jerusalem from Muslim control. He promised that anyone who died fighting for this cause would have all their sins forgiven and go straight to heaven. The crowd's response was electric. They supposedly cried out Deus vult, or God wills it. Urban's promise of spiritual salvation was irresistible to medieval Christians. What had started as a simple request for a few soldiers became the First Crusade, a massive military expedition that would reshape the medieval world. Over the next 2 centuries, there were at least 8 major crusades, each with its own dramatic story of triumph and tragedy. The First Crusade, from 1095 to 1099 CE, was the most successful from a Christian perspective. Thousands of European knights and commoners marched to the Holy Land, and despite enormous hardships, they captured Jerusalem in 1099 CE. The capture was brutal beyond description. Contemporary accounts tell of streets running with blood as crusaders massacred Muslims, Jews, and even Eastern Christians. The Crusaders saw themselves as God's instruments of vengeance. They established 4 Crusader states: the County of Edessa, the Principality of Antioch, the County of Tripoli, and the Kingdom of Jerusalem. These became Latin outposts in a Muslim world, sustained by constant reinforcement from Europe and the military orders: the Knights Templar, the Hospitallers, and the Teutonic Knights. But Muslim resistance was building. In 1144 CE, the great Muslim leader Nur ad-Din recaptured Edessa, triggering the Second Crusade from 1147 to 1149 CE. This expedition, led by Holy Roman Emperor Conrad III and King Louis VII of France, ended in disaster. The Crusader army was virtually annihilated in Anatolia, and the survivors achieved nothing. The Muslim response reached its climax under Saladin, also known as Salah ad-Din, the Kurdish-born Sultan of Egypt and Syria. In 1187 CE, at the Battle of Hattin, Saladin's forces crushed the Crusader army in the blazing heat of the Galilee Hills. King Guy of Jerusalem was captured, and the True Cross, Christianity's most sacred relic, was lost forever. Within months, Saladin had recaptured Jerusalem, treating his Christian prisoners with the mercy that had been denied to Muslims in 1099. The Third Crusade, from 1189 to 1192 CE, brought together the 3 most powerful rulers in Christendom: Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, King Philip Augustus of France, and King Richard the Lionheart of England all marched to the Holy Land. But even this coalition couldn't retake Jerusalem. Frederick drowned while crossing a river in Anatolia. Philip returned to France after capturing Acre, and Richard, despite his military genius, could only secure a truce with Saladin that allowed Christian pilgrims access to the holy sites. The Fourth Crusade, from 1202 to 1204 CE, was a complete disaster that never even reached the Holy Land. The Crusaders couldn't pay for their ships, so they agreed to attack Constantinople instead. They sacked the Byzantine capital, the greatest Christian city in the world, stealing its treasures and destroying countless works of art. This catastrophic event fatally weakened the Byzantine Empire and created permanent hatred between Eastern Orthodox and Western Catholic Christianity. The remaining 4 Crusades, the 5th through 8th from 1217 to 1270 CE, achieved even less. The Children's Crusade of 1212 CE saw thousands of young people march toward the Holy Land, only to be sold into slavery or die of disease. The last Crusader stronghold, Acre, fell to the Muslims in 1291 CE, ending 2 centuries of Crusader presence in the Holy Land. While European knights were fighting in the Holy Land, Christian Europe was also reaching new heights of artistic and intellectual achievement at home. The 12th and 13th centuries marked the pinnacle of medieval civilization, an age when soaring cathedrals and sophisticated theology expressed humanity's highest aspirations. The revolution began in architecture. Around 1140 CE, Abbot Suger of Saint-Denis, a monastery near Paris, France, introduced revolutionary building techniques that would transform European skylines forever. The pointed arch, the flying buttress, and ribbed vaulting allowed builders to construct churches of unprecedented height and lightness. These Gothic cathedrals were more than buildings. They were theology in stone. Every element had symbolic meaning. The vertical emphasis pointed toward heaven. The light flooding through stained glass windows represented divine illumination, and the sculptural programs told the entire Christian story from creation to Judgment Day. Chartres Cathedral, begun in 1194 CE, exemplified Gothic perfection. Its soaring nave, magnificent rose windows, and hundreds of sculpted figures created a total work of art that educated illiterate peasants and inspired learned scholars alike. The cathedral took decades to complete, requiring the labor of entire communities united in devotion to God. The intellectual revolution was equally remarkable. Cathedral schools evolved into universities, Bologna in 1088, Paris in 1150, Oxford in 1167, and Cambridge in 1209. That became centers of learning throughout Europe. These institutions developed a new method of inquiry called scholasticism, which sought to reconcile classical philosophy with Christian theology. The greatest scholastic thinker was Thomas Aquinas, who lived from 1225 to 1274 CE. His Summa Theologica became the definitive statement of Catholic doctrine. Aquinas used Aristotelian logic to demonstrate that reason and faith were compatible, that the existence of God could be proven through rational argument, and that the natural world revealed divine purpose. He and other medieval thinkers had successfully combined ancient Greek philosophy with Christian teaching to create a complete explanation of reality. This gave European civilization extraordinary confidence. Medieval people believed they had figured out how everything in the universe worked, from why the planets moved in their orbits to what happened to the human soul after death. For the first time in centuries, Europe felt it had all the answers. The Gothic cathedrals expressed this confidence in stone, reaching toward heaven with an optimism that would be shattered by the catastrophes of the 14th century. While European crusaders were attempting to conquer the Holy Land, the Islamic world was experiencing its own golden age of learning and culture. From Spain to Central Asia, Muslim scholars, scientists, and philosophers were pushing the boundaries of human knowledge in ways that would ultimately surpass European achievements. The Abbasid Caliphate, which ruled from Baghdad from 750 to 1258 CE, was the driving force behind this intellectual revolution. The Abbasids came to power by overthrowing the Umayyad Caliphate, the first hereditary Islamic dynasty that had ruled from Damascus from 661 to 750 CE. The Umayyads were criticized for favoring Arab Muslims over non-Arab converts and for becoming too secular and worldly in their rule. The Abbasids represented a shift from Arab dominance to a more inclusive Islamic empire that welcomed Persian, Turkish, and other non-Arab Muslims into positions of power. They moved the capital from Damascus to Baghdad, which they founded in 762 CE, as a round city designed to be the center of the Islamic world. Under Abbasid rule, the Islamic Empire reached its cultural and intellectual zenith. The caliphs actively promoted learning and translation, seeing themselves as patrons of knowledge rather than merely military leaders. Caliph Harun al-Rashid, who ruled from 786 to 809 CE, was famous from the Arabian Nights stories. He established the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, a library and research center that attracted scholars from around the world. This institution became the greatest center of learning since the Library of Alexandria, where Christian, Jewish, Muslim, and pagan scholars worked together to preserve and expand human knowledge. The Abbasids created a cosmopolitan civilization that stretched from Spain to Central Asia, united by Arabic as the language of scholarship and administration. Alongside the Baghdad-based Abbasids, a rival Fatimid Caliphate, which ruled from 909 to 1171 CE, rose in North Africa and, after seizing Egypt in 969, founded Cairo as its glittering capital. Claiming descent from the Prophet's daughter Fatima, the Fatimids, followers of Ismaili Shia Islam, built an empire that ran from the Atlantic to Syria. They turned Cairo into the key crossroads between Mediterranean and Indian Ocean trade and created Al-Azhar Mosque University, soon matching Baghdad's House of Wisdom in reputation. Their mints struck a high-purity gold dinar that became the preferred currency of Mediterranean commerce, and their court welcomed Christian, Jewish, and Muslim officials alike. Though later replaced by the Sunni Ayyubids, the Fatimids stamped an enduring imprint on Cairo's skyline, Islamic law, and the circulation of knowledge and wealth. Meanwhile, back in Abbasid Baghdad, the House of Wisdom was more than a library. It was a translation workshop where Greek, Persian, and Indian masterpieces were rendered into Arabic. Works by Aristotle, Plato, Ptolemy, and Galen were preserved, critiqued, and expanded by Muslim scholars. Without their efforts, much of classical learning would have vanished. Muslim scholars didn't just preserve ancient learning, they revolutionized it. The Islamic Golden Age produced brilliant minds across every field of knowledge. In mathematics, Al-Khwarizmi popularized Hindu-Arabic numerals, including 0, throughout the Islamic world. His mathematical treatise gave us the word algebra from the Arabic al-jabr, meaning reunion of broken parts. When his works were translated into Latin in the 12th century, they introduced these revolutionary mathematical concepts to Europe. The Latinized version of his name eventually became our modern word algorithm. In medicine, Ibn Sina, known in the West as Avicenna, wrote the Canon of Medicine, a comprehensive medical encyclopedia that remained the standard textbook in Europe for centuries. Muslim physicians performed cataract surgery, developed anesthetics, and established the first hospitals with medical schools. In philosophy, Ibn Rushd, known as Averroes, wrote commentaries on Aristotle that profoundly influenced European scholasticism. His work helped preserve and transmit Greek philosophy to the West. In history, Ibn Khaldun developed what might be called the first scientific approach to history, analyzing the rise and fall of civilizations through economic and social factors rather than divine intervention or the actions of great men. Beyond scholarship, the Islamic world also produced magnificent architecture that still takes your breath away today. The great Mosque of Cordoba, with its mesmerizing forest of red and white horseshoe arches, showcased the engineering mastery of Al-Andalus. The gleaming dome of the Rock in Jerusalem and the intricate palaces of the Alhambra in Granada displayed Islamic artistic genius at its peak. This golden age began to decline in the 11th and 12th centuries due to political fragmentation, the Crusades, and the rise of more conservative religious movements that discouraged scientific inquiry. The final blow came in 1258 CE when Mongol forces under Hulagu Khan stormed Baghdad. The Abbasid Caliph al-Mustasim had foolishly rejected Mongol demands for submission and executed Mongol envoys, a fatal mistake when dealing with an empire that viewed any resistance as an unforgivable insult. The destruction was catastrophic. The Mongols burned the House of Wisdom, throwing countless irreplaceable manuscripts into the Tigris River. Scholars were massacred, libraries destroyed, and the canals that sustained the city were ruined. It's said that the Tigris ran black with ink from the destroyed books and red with the blood of scholars. The Mongols showed no mercy because they viewed Baghdad's resistance as defiance of their divine mandate to rule the world. The Mongol destruction of Baghdad marked a symbolic end to the Abbasid Golden Age, though Islamic civilization continued to flourish in other centers like Cairo, Cordoba, and Delhi. But the loss of Baghdad was more than just the fall of a city. It was the end of an era when the Islamic world had been humanity's greatest center of learning and discovery. While land-based empires dominated much of Asia, the seas and islands of Southeast Asia were home to advanced maritime civilizations that controlled crucial trade routes and built some of the world's most impressive monuments. These empires demonstrated that naval power and commercial networks could create wealth and influence rivaling any terrestrial kingdom. The Khmer Empire, ruling from Angkor in modern Cambodia, built the largest religious complex in the world. Angkor Wat, completed in the early 12th century CE, covered an area larger than modern Paris and housed over 1 million people through advanced hydraulic engineering. The Khmer developed extensive water management systems, including canals, reservoirs, and irrigation networks that transformed the Cambodian landscape into a productive agricultural powerhouse. The temple complex at Angkor represented more than religious devotion. It was a statement of imperial power and technological mastery. The precise astronomical alignments, intricate bas-reliefs depicting Hindu epics, and massive stone construction required coordinated labor from across the empire. The Khmer kings portrayed themselves as divine rulers whose temples connected the earthly and celestial realms. The Srivijaya Empire controlled the crucial Strait of Malacca from the 7th to the 13th centuries CE, becoming one of history's great maritime trading powers. From their base in Sumatra, they controlled the spice trade between China and India, accumulating wealth that rivaled European kingdoms. The empire's naval technology and commercial networks connected the Pacific and Indian Ocean economies centuries before European expansion. Srivijaya's power rested on their mastery of monsoon navigation, their ability to construct and maintain fleets of trading vessels, and their diplomatic skills in managing relationships with both Chinese and Indian trading partners. The empire established trading posts throughout the Indonesian archipelago and the Malay Peninsula, creating a commercial network that facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies across maritime Southeast Asia. While Southeast Asian maritime empires controlled the seas, the greatest land-based empire in history was emerging from the steppes of Mongolia, destined to conquer and connect vast territories from Korea to Eastern Europe. Around 1162 CE, a boy was born clutching a blood clot in his right hand, a sign, according to Mongol tradition, that he was destined to be a great leader. His name was Temujin, but history would know him as Genghis Khan. Temujin's childhood was marked by hardship and betrayal. When he was 9, his father was poisoned by an enemy tribe, and his family was abandoned to starve on the steppes. But adversity forged him into a leader of extraordinary cunning and ruthlessness. By his 20s, he was uniting the fractious Mongol tribes through a combination of charisma, strategic marriages, and merciless elimination of rivals. In 1206 CE, at a great assembly called a Kurultai, Temujin was proclaimed Genghis Khan, universal ruler of all the Mongols. He had unified nearly 1 million people under his leadership, creating the largest cavalry force the world had ever seen. Genghis Khan's military innovations were revolutionary. He organized his army in decimal units, tens, hundreds, thousands, and tumans, which were units of 10,000 soldiers, that could operate independently but coordinate perfectly. His warriors were trained from childhood to ride and shoot, capable of firing arrows with deadly accuracy at full gallop. Most importantly, they were utterly loyal to their Khan and completely ruthless towards their enemies. The Mongols used psychological warfare as effectively as their bows and horses. They deliberately spread terror, using captives as human shields and leaving pyramids of skulls to discourage resistance. Entire regions were depopulated, and some areas didn't recover for centuries. The Mongols' first target was the Western Xia Kingdom in 1209 CE. The campaign was a massacre. Cities that surrendered were spared. Those that resisted were obliterated. Next came the Jin dynasty in northern China. From 1211 to 1234 CE, the Mongols systematically destroyed Chinese civilization north of the Yellow River. Beijing was captured and burned in 1215 CE. Millions died, either in battle or from the famine and disease that followed the Mongol invasions. But Genghis Khan's greatest campaign was against the Khwarezmian Empire in Central Asia and Persia. When the Khwarezm Shah murdered Mongol envoys in 1219 CE, he sealed his empire's doom. The Mongol response was swift and terrible. Cities like Bukhara, Samarkand, and Urgench were reduced to rubble. Skilled craftsmen were enslaved and sent to Mongolia. The rest of the population was slaughtered. When Genghis Khan died in 1227 CE, his empire stretched from Korea to the Caspian Sea. But his sons and grandsons continued the expansion. Under Ögedei Khan, Mongol armies invaded Europe, crushing Polish and Hungarian forces and threatening Vienna itself. Under Mungke and Kublai Khan, they completed the conquest of China and established the Yuan dynasty. Kublai Khan was perhaps the most important Mongol ruler after Genghis Khan himself. In 1271, Kublai established the Yuan dynasty and formally claimed orthodox succession from prior Chinese dynasties, and by 1279 he became the first non-Han emperor to rule all of China proper. Unlike his predecessors who remained nomadic warriors, Kublai embraced Chinese culture and governance. He established his capital at Beijing, created a Chinese-style government with Confucian ministers, and adopted Chinese imperial traditions while maintaining his Mongol identity. Kublai Khan was known as a keen supporter of literature. He himself favored Buddhism, but he permitted all religions to be practiced, making his court a cosmopolitan center of learning and culture. Under Kublai Khan's rule, the Mongol Empire reached its zenith. At its peak around 1279 CE, it was the largest contiguous land empire in history, spanning from Eastern Europe to the Pacific Ocean. This vast empire facilitated trade along the Silk Road, promoted religious tolerance, and enabled unprecedented cultural exchange between East and West. It was during this golden age that Marco Polo, the famous Venetian merchant, traveled to China and served Kublai Khan between 1275 and 1292 CE. Kublai trusted foreigners more than his Chinese subjects and used Marco as a personal emissary on fact-finding missions throughout his vast empire. The Khan sent Marco to distant provinces including Yunnan, southeastern China, and possibly Myanmar, giving him unprecedented access to the inner workings of the Mongol Empire. When Marco finally returned to Venice and was imprisoned during a war with Genoa, he dictated his incredible stories to a fellow prisoner who wrote them down. The book gave Europeans their first comprehensive look into China, describing wonders like paper money, coal, and the Khan's magnificent court that seemed almost too fantastic to believe. Marco became the bridge between two worlds. The medieval European mind could barely comprehend the advanced civilization he described in the East. The Silk Road that Marco traveled flourished under Mongol protection. This network of trade routes connected East and West, stretching from China to the Mediterranean. Under Mongol rule, these routes became safer and more efficient than ever before. The Mongol Empire's vast size made exploration by traders and travelers possible, with people, goods, and ideas flowing freely between Europe, the Middle East, Central Asia, and China. Merchants could transport silk, spices, precious stones, and other luxury goods across thousands of miles, while also carrying new technologies, religions, and cultural practices. The Mongols actively protected these trade routes, making long-distance commerce more profitable and secure than it had been for centuries. Yet this remarkable empire was built on a foundation of unparalleled destruction. Some historians estimate that the Mongol conquests reduced the global population by as much as 11%. While Mongol horsemen conquered vast land empires, Polynesian navigators were achieving an even more remarkable feat. They settled islands scattered across 10 million square miles of Pacific Ocean, an area larger than all the continents combined. Using double-hulled voyaging canoes and extraordinary navigation skills, they accomplished the greatest maritime expansion in human history. Polynesian navigators developed techniques that wouldn't be matched by any other civilization. They read ocean swells, cloud formations, and bird flight patterns to navigate across thousands of miles of open ocean with pinpoint accuracy. Master navigators memorized the positions of over 200 stars and could determine their location by feeling wave patterns against their canoe hulls. These skills were passed down through generations of expert navigators who could guide their vessels across seemingly empty ocean to tiny islands beyond the horizon. The Great Age of Polynesian expansion reached its climax during the High Medieval period. Around 1000 CE, Polynesian voyagers reached Easter Island, also called Rapa Nui, the most isolated inhabited land on Earth. This journey required crossing over 2,000 miles of open ocean from the nearest inhabited island, demonstrating navigational skills that would not be equaled until the development of modern instruments. Between 1000 and 1300 CE, they discovered and settled the Hawaiian Islands, creating a sophisticated society in one of the world's most remote locations. The Hawaiian archipelago became home to complex chiefdoms that developed unique agricultural systems, social hierarchies, and religious practices adapted to their isolated island environment. Around 1200 to 1300 CE, Polynesian explorers became the last people to discover an uninhabited continent when they reached New Zealand, which they called Aotearoa. The settlement of New Zealand represented the final chapter in humanity's colonization of habitable lands, completing a process that had begun when early humans first left Africa hundreds of thousands of years earlier. These achievements required not just navigational genius, but also remarkable social organization. Polynesian societies developed the technology, knowledge systems, and cultural practices necessary to sustain multi-generational ocean voyages and establish thriving communities on previously uninhabited islands. Their double-hulled voyaging canoes could carry families, livestock, and supplies needed to establish new settlements, while their social systems enabled coordinated expeditions that could last for weeks crossing the open ocean. The Polynesian expansion across the Pacific represents one of humanity's greatest triumphs over geographical barriers, demonstrating that human ingenuity and determination could overcome even the vast distances of the world's largest ocean. While Europe, Asia, and the Pacific witnessed remarkable civilizations, Africa was home to its own refined societies that maintained unique cultural traditions while participating actively in global trade networks. From the highlands of Ethiopia to the coastal cities of East Africa, African civilizations developed advanced political systems and architectural achievements that flourished across the continent. While Europe was converting to Christianity, the Kingdom of Aksum in modern-day Ethiopia became one of the world's great Christian civilizations. Ethiopian Christianity developed unique traditions, including the remarkable rock-hewn churches of Lalibela, carved directly into solid volcanic rock in the 12th century CE. These architectural marvels rivaled European cathedral builders, with entire churches carved downward into the living rock, complete with windows, doors, and intricate decorative elements. Ethiopia successfully resisted Islamic expansion while maintaining trade connections with both Christian Europe and the Islamic world. The kingdom controlled Red Sea trade routes and developed its own written script, Ge'ez, which remains in use today. Ethiopian emperors claimed descent from King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, creating a powerful legitimizing mythology that helped maintain independence for over 1,500 years. This Christian kingdom in the heart of Africa preserved ancient traditions while adapting to changing political and religious circumstances across the medieval period. Along Africa's eastern coast, a remarkable urban civilization flourished through Indian Ocean trade. The Swahili city-states, including Kilwa, Mombasa, and Mogadishu, became wealthy trading centers that connected Africa to Asia through networks of dhow sailing ships. These cities developed advanced maritime technologies and commercial practices that enabled them to compete successfully with trading powers across the Indian Ocean. These cities developed a unique culture, blending African, Arab, and Persian influences. The Swahili language emerged as a lingua franca for trade, while Islam provided a unifying religious framework that connected East African Muslims to the broader Islamic world. Kilwa became so wealthy from controlling the gold trade from Zimbabwe that its coins were accepted as currency throughout the Indian Ocean, demonstrating the reach and influence of African commercial networks. The Great Mosque of Kilwa, built with coral stone, exemplified Swahili architectural achievement. These African cities were integral participants in global trade networks, not isolated peripheries, and their merchants sailed regularly to India, Persia, and China. The prosperity of the Swahili coast proved that Africa was fully integrated into medieval global trade systems, with African merchants and rulers playing active roles in international commerce and diplomacy. This completes our survey of the high medieval period. Across every inhabited continent, sophisticated civilizations flourished simultaneously, connected by trade networks, religious exchanges, and cultural contacts. Together, they created the first truly global system of human interaction. The 14th century began with Europe at the height of medieval civilization. Gothic cathedrals soared toward heaven, universities flourished, and trade connected distant regions in unprecedented networks of commerce. But this golden age was about to be shattered by a catastrophe so severe that it would transform European society forever. In 1347 CE, Genoese trading ships arrived in Sicily carrying more than silk and spices. They brought death itself. The Black Death, or bubonic plague, had traveled the Silk Road from Central Asia, spread by fleas on black rats that infested merchant vessels. The very trade networks that had brought Europe prosperity now became highways of death, allowing disease to move at the speed of commerce rather than natural migration. The Mongol Empire's Pax Mongolica had created safer, more efficient routes spanning from China to Europe, while advances in maritime technology allowed ships to travel faster and carry larger cargoes, including more infected rats. What might have taken decades to spread naturally now took mere months. The plague exploited every caravan stop and trading port, moving from the steppes of Central Asia through Constantinople's bustling markets to Venice's crowded docks. Ships departing from Crimean ports could reach European cities in weeks, immediately introducing the pathogen to densely populated urban centers. The Italian poet Giovanni Boccaccio witnessed the horror firsthand. He described how at the beginning of the malady, certain swellings either on the groin or under the armpits grew to the size of a common apple, others to the size of an egg, and these the common people named plague boils. Within months, it had reached every corner of Europe. Entire villages were abandoned, cities lost half their populations, and social institutions collapsed. Priests fled their parishes, physicians died treating patients, and trade ground to a halt. Between 1347 and 1351 CE, the Black Death killed an estimated 75 to 200 million people, roughly one-third of Europe's population. Some regions lost up to 60% of their inhabitants. But the Black Death did more than kill. It transformed society. With so many peasants dead, survivors could demand higher wages and better working conditions. The rigid social hierarchy of feudalism began to crack as labor became scarce and valuable. This led to social upheavals across Europe. In England, the Peasants' Revolt of 1381 CE saw thousands of workers march on London, demanding an end to serfdom. Serfdom was the system that bound peasants to their lord's land, requiring them to work his fields without wages and seek permission to marry, move, or even leave the estate. Though the revolt was crushed, it marked the beginning of the end for feudalism in Western Europe. The plague also shattered medieval Christianity's confident world view. The Church's teachings about divine justice and mercy seemed inadequate in the face of such immense suffering. Some turned to extreme religious practices, like whipping themselves bloody to atone for humanity's sins. Others questioned the Church's authority altogether. As Europe struggled with plague and social upheaval, two of its greatest powers were locked in a devastating conflict that would last over a century. The 100 Years' War between England and France began with a dynastic dispute, but evolved into a struggle for national identity. The conflict's origins lay in the complex feudal relationships between the English and French crowns. When the last direct male heir of the Capetian dynasty died in 1328 CE, Edward III of England claimed the French throne through his mother's lineage. The French rejected this claim, preferring Philip VI of the Valois branch. The war began in earnest when Edward III invaded France in 1337 CE. English longbowmen, drawn from the yeoman class, free farmers who owned small plots of land, revolutionized medieval warfare. These skilled hunters were accustomed to using bows for both hunting and local defense. At the Battle of Crécy in 1346 CE, English archers destroyed the flower of French nobility, proving that common soldiers with superior weapons could defeat mounted knights. The war's most dramatic moment came with Joan of Arc, a peasant girl who claimed to receive visions from Saints Michael, Margaret, and Catherine. In 1429 CE, at age 17, she convinced the Dauphin, the future Charles VII, to let her lead a relief force to the besieged city of Orléans. Joan's arrival transformed French morale. Dressed in white armor and carrying a banner depicting Christ, she inspired the French forces to break the English siege. Her subsequent victories led to Charles VII's coronation at Reims, fulfilling her divine mission. But Joan's success made her enemies in both camps. Captured by Burgundian allies of the English in 1430 CE, she was sold to the English and put on trial for heresy and witchcraft. Despite her eloquent defense, she was condemned and burned at the stake on May 30th, 1431 CE. She was just 19 years old. Joan's martyrdom only strengthened French resolve. Under Charles VII, the French gradually reconquered their territory. The war finally ended in 1453 CE with the Battle of Castillon, where French cannons shattered the last English army in France. England retained only Calais of its vast continental empire. While Christian Europe was racked by plague and warfare, a new Islamic empire was rising that would dominate the eastern Mediterranean for centuries. The Ottoman Empire began as a small beylik, or principality, in northwestern Anatolia, founded around 1299 CE by Osman I, a Turkish tribal leader who gave his name to the Ottoman dynasty. The Ottomans succeeded where others failed because they created a unique synthesis of Islamic law, Byzantine administration, and Turkish military tradition. They welcomed converts from all backgrounds, creating a meritocratic system where talent mattered more than birth. The key to Ottoman success was the Janissary Corps, an elite infantry force recruited through the Devshirme system. Christian boys from the Balkans were taken as tribute, converted to Islam, and trained as soldiers completely loyal to the Sultan. These slave soldiers became the backbone of Ottoman military power. Under Murad I, who ruled from 1362 to 1389 CE, Osman's great-grandson and the third Ottoman Sultan, the Ottomans crossed into Europe and began conquering the Balkans. The Battle of Kosovo in 1389 CE, though tactically inconclusive, established Ottoman dominance over Serbia and became a legendary moment in both Turkish and Serbian national memory. The Ottomans' greatest prize was Constantinople, the last remnant of the Byzantine Empire. When Mehmed II, known as Mehmed the Conqueror, became Sultan in 1451 CE at just 19 years old, he was determined to capture the city that had resisted Muslim siege for 8 centuries. The son of Murad II, Mehmed represented the continuation of Ottoman expansion into Europe. Mehmed's siege of Constantinople in 1453 CE was a masterpiece of military engineering. He built the massive Rumeli-Hissara fortress to control the Bosphorus, cast enormous cannons capable of battering down the city's ancient walls, and even transported ships overland to bypass the harbor chain. On May 29th, 1453 CE, after a siege lasting 2 months, Ottoman forces breached the walls of Constantinople. Emperor Constantine XI died fighting on the walls, sword in hand, as the Byzantine Empire fell after more than 1,000 years. With this conquest, the last remnant of the Roman Empire finally met its end. This was the empire that had ruled the Mediterranean world, created the foundations of Western law and government, spread Christianity across Europe, and preserved Greek learning through the Dark Ages. It marked one of history's most momentous transitions. The fall of Constantinople sent shockwaves throughout Christian Europe. The city was renamed Istanbul and became the capital of an empire that would soon stretch from Algeria to the Persian Gulf, from Hungary to Yemen. Meanwhile, sophisticated civilizations were flourishing across North America. The Mississippian culture, centered around the city of Cahokia near present-day St. Louis, created North America's largest pre-Columbian settlement. At its peak around 1100 CE, Cahokia housed 15,000 to 20,000 people, making it larger than London at the time. Cahokia was built around Monk's Mound, a massive earthen pyramid covering 14 acres at its base, larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza. The city featured sophisticated urban planning with residential neighborhoods, ceremonial plazas, and astronomical observatories. Cahokian influence extended throughout the Mississippi River Valley through trade networks that brought copper from the Great Lakes, shells from the Gulf Coast, and exotic materials from across the continent. Along the Pacific Northwest coast, societies like the Haida, Tlingit, and Chinook developed complex cultures based on the region's abundant salmon runs and forest resources. These societies created intricate art, elaborate ceremonial houses, and the famous potlatch ceremonies where chiefs demonstrated their wealth by giving away vast quantities of goods. Northwest coast societies developed advanced woodworking techniques, creating massive cedar houses and intricately carved totem poles that recorded family histories and spiritual beliefs. These North American civilizations developed complex political systems, trade networks, and cultural achievements that rivaled societies anywhere in the world. They demonstrate that sophisticated urban centers and complex societies were flourishing across the Americas long before European contact, challenging any notion that advanced civilization was limited to the Old World. Two of history's most remarkable civilizations were flourishing in the Americas, completely isolated from Europe, Asia, and Africa. The Aztec Empire dominated the highlands of Mexico from their island capital of Tenochtitlan, while the Inca Empire stretched across the Andes Mountains of South America, ruling from the sacred city of Cusco. In the Valley of Mexico, Aztec legend tells of a divine prophecy. Their god Huitzilopochtli would guide them to a promised land, marked by an eagle perched on a cactus, eating a snake. In 1345 CE, the Aztecs found this sign on an island in Lake Texcoco and founded their capital, Tenochtitlan. Within 2 centuries, Tenochtitlan had become one of the world's largest cities, with over 200,000 inhabitants. Built on artificial islands connected by causeways and canals, it was an engineering marvel that amazed even the Spanish conquistadors who would later destroy it. The Aztec Empire, or Triple Alliance, controlled much of central Mexico through an intricate system of tribute and military intimidation. Conquered peoples were required to provide goods, services, and sacrificial victims to feed the Aztec war machine and religious ceremonies. Aztec religion was dominated by the need to nourish the gods with human blood to ensure the continuation of the world. The great temple of Tenochtitlan, with its twin pyramids dedicated to Huitzilopochtli and the rain god Tlaloc, was the site of massive sacrificial ceremonies. During the temple's dedication in 1487 CE, thousands of captives were reportedly sacrificed over 4 days. Meanwhile, in the Andes Mountains of South America, the Inca Empire was creating an even more impressive civilization. From their capital at Cusco, the Incas ruled the largest empire in pre-Columbian America, stretching over 2,500 miles from modern-day Ecuador to Chile. The Incas achieved this vast empire without writing, the wheel, or iron tools. Instead, they relied on an extraordinary administrative system based on the quipu, knotted strings that recorded complex information about population, tribute, and resources. Their road system, spanning over 25,000 miles of mountain terrain, enabled rapid communication and troop movement across impossible geography. Inca architecture was equally remarkable. At Machu Picchu, built around 1450 CE, massive stone blocks were fitted together so precisely that not even a knife blade could slip between them. The city, perched on a mountain ridge 8,000 feet above sea level, demonstrated the Incas' mastery of engineering and their spiritual connection to the landscape. Inca society was rigidly hierarchical, but remarkably efficient. The emperor, believed to be a direct descendant of the sun god Inti, ruled through a bureaucracy that managed every aspect of life. The mita system required citizens to contribute labor to state projects, building the roads, temples, and agricultural terraces that sustained the empire. The Incas developed advanced agricultural techniques, creating terraced farms on steep mountain slopes and complex irrigation systems that transformed the harsh Andean environment into productive farmland. They cultivated over 3,000 varieties of potatoes and developed freeze-drying techniques to preserve food for years. Both the Aztec and Inca empires were at their peak around 1500 CE, controlling millions of subjects and commanding vast wealth. They had no knowledge that across the Atlantic, European explorers were already planning voyages that would bring these two worlds into catastrophic collision. The stage was set for one of history's most dramatic encounters between civilizations. While Europe struggled with plague and warfare, remarkable empires were flourishing in West Africa, built on the wealth of gold and the strategic control of trans-Saharan trade routes that connected the continent to the Mediterranean world. Before the 13th century, West Africa was divided into numerous small kingdoms and city-states that often fought each other for control of gold mines and trading posts. The Mali Empire emerged around 1235 CE, when a warrior prince named Sundiata Keita conquered and united these fragmented kingdoms into a single powerful state. Mali's strength came from controlling two of medieval Africa's most precious resources: gold mines in the south and salt deposits in the northern Sahara. Salt was as valuable as gold in tropical Africa, where it was essential for preserving food and maintaining health in the hot climate. Mali's most famous ruler was Mansa Musa, Sundiata's grandnephew who became emperor around 1312 CE. Mansa was the royal title meaning King of Kings, similar to how Europeans used emperor. Musa became possibly the richest man in history through Mali's control of West Africa's gold mines. Islam had spread to the region through peaceful trade with North African merchants, and as a devout Muslim, Musa embarked on a pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324, a religious journey to Islam's holiest city. His caravan included 60,000 people and 80 camels carrying gold. Along the way, Mansa Musa gave away so much wealth in Cairo and other cities that he caused massive inflation that lasted for a decade. This wasn't just showing off. Mansa Musa was conducting diplomacy and advertising Mali's riches to potential partners. His journey was so famous that European mapmakers began drawing Mali on their world maps, often depicting Mansa Musa holding a golden orb. Back home, Mansa Musa transformed the city of Timbuktu into one of the world's great centers of learning. The University of Sankore attracted scholars from across the Islamic world, and its libraries held hundreds of thousands of manuscripts covering everything from astronomy to poetry. By the late 1400s, a new power emerged to challenge Mali's dominance. The Songhai Empire, originally a small kingdom that had been part of Mali, broke free and began expanding under ambitious rulers. It grew to become the largest empire in African history, bigger than all of Western Europe. From their capital at Gao, the Songhai rulers controlled the Niger River with fleets of war canoes and dominated the desert routes with cavalry forces. These West African empires proved that medieval wealth and sophistication extended far beyond Europe and Asia. Through their mastery of gold, salt, and commerce, they created some of the world's richest cities and most advanced civilizations. By 1500 CE, the medieval world was drawing to a close, transformed by 1,000 years of dramatic change, cultural exchange, and human achievement. The isolated regions that had emerged from Rome's collapse had become interconnected through trade, conquest, and the spread of universal religions. Universal faiths like Christianity and Islam had replaced tribal loyalties, creating new forms of civilization that transcended ethnic and linguistic boundaries. The medieval world of feudal hierarchies and religious unity was giving way to an early modern world of competitive nation-states, religious pluralism, and intellectual revolution. The year is 1492. Christopher Columbus has just made landfall in the Caribbean, becoming the first European to reach the vast continents of the Americas and forever linking two worlds that had developed in complete isolation for thousands of years. The medieval world is ending, and the modern world is beginning. Welcome to the modern period, 3 centuries that would witness the birth of the modern world. This is when European explorers would map the globe, when scientists would unlock the secrets of the universe, and when revolutionary ideas about government and human rights would challenge the very foundations of civilization. This is the age when Leonardo da Vinci painted the Mona Lisa while designing flying machines centuries ahead of their time. When Martin Luther shattered the unity of Christianity with 95 theses nailed to a church door. When Galileo pointed his telescope at the heavens and proved that Earth was not the center of the universe. From the Renaissance to the Reformation, from the scientific revolution to the Enlightenment, from the age of discovery to the democratic revolutions, this is how humanity emerged from the medieval world and created the foundations of our modern global civilization. The movement began in Florence, where wealthy merchant families like the Medici used their fortunes to patronize artists, scholars, and philosophers. The Medici family had built a vast banking empire by establishing branches across Europe and pioneering new financial techniques like letters of credit, which allowed merchants to trade without carrying dangerous amounts of gold across long distances. This innovation made them one of Europe's richest dynasties, allowing them to effectively rule Florence as unofficial princes while technically remaining private citizens. Cosimo de' Medici established the family's cultural legacy in the mid-15th century by founding Europe's first public library and commissioning magnificent palaces and churches throughout Florence. He collected ancient manuscripts, supported scholars translating Greek texts, and created an environment where humanist learning could flourish under his protection and patronage. Later, his grandson Lorenzo the Magnificent elevated Florence to even greater heights, transforming his court into a gathering place for the greatest minds of the age. Lorenzo patronized young artists like Michelangelo and Botticelli, wrote poetry himself, and created a cultural renaissance that would influence all of Europe through the genius he nurtured and supported. But the Renaissance wasn't just about recovering the past, it was about revolutionizing the present. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, who lived from 1452 to 1519, embodied the Renaissance ideal of the universal genius. Born the illegitimate son of a notary in the small town of Vinci, Leonardo became painter, sculptor, engineer, anatomist, and inventor, investigating everything from the flight of birds to the flow of water, filling thousands of pages with observations and designs centuries ahead of their time. Leonardo's Mona Lisa, painted between 1503 and 1519, revolutionized portraiture through its psychological depth and technical innovation. As his biographer Walter Isaacson notes, The way the smile flickers makes it a work of art and science, because Leonardo understood optics, the muscles of the lips, and how light strikes the eye. Leonardo pioneered a technique called sfumato, the subtle gradation of tones without harsh lines, that created an almost mysterious, lifelike quality in his paintings. Michelangelo Buonarroti, who lived from 1475 to 1564, was born into a minor noble family in the Tuscan countryside, but became the greatest sculptor of his age, pushing the boundaries of art to new heights. His David, completed in 1504, captured the moment of psychological tension before the biblical hero's battle with Goliath. Michelangelo declared that in every block of marble he saw a statue, and he had only to hew away the rough walls that imprisoned the lovely apparition. The Sistine Chapel ceiling, painted between 1508 and 1512, represented the summit of Renaissance achievement. Working alone on scaffolding 65 feet above the floor, Michelangelo created a visual theology that traced the story of creation, fall, and redemption across 5,000 square feet of frescoed surface. Raphael Sanzio, who lived from 1483 to 1520, was born in the small town of Urbino, but became the master of perfect harmony and grace in Renaissance art. His School of Athens, painted in the Vatican between 1509 and 1511, depicted the greatest philosophers of antiquity in a magnificent architectural setting, symbolizing the Renaissance marriage of classical wisdom and Christian faith. Raphael's ability to combine Leonardo's sfumato with Michelangelo's monumentality created a style of sublime beauty that influenced centuries of artists. Sandro Botticelli, who lived from 1445 to 1510, emerged from a humble artisan family in Florence to become the painter of mythological dreams and religious devotion. His Birth of Venus, completed around 1485, revived classical mythology as a subject for Christian art, depicting the Roman goddess emerging from the sea in a celebration of divine beauty. Under Medici patronage, Botticelli created works that captured the Renaissance spirit of combining pagan and Christian themes. Donatello, who lived from 1386 to 1466, revolutionized sculpture by returning to classical principles while developing new techniques. Born Donato di Niccolò in Florence, he created the first freestanding nude sculpture since antiquity with his bronze David around 1440. This groundbreaking work marked the Renaissance break from medieval artistic conventions and established sculpture as an independent art form capable of expressing both religious and secular themes. Meanwhile, in the Netherlands, Jan van Eyck pioneered oil painting techniques that would transform European art. His Ghent altarpiece, completed with his brother Hubert around 1432, demonstrated unprecedented realism through oil's ability to capture minute details and brilliant colors. Van Eyck's innovations spread throughout Europe, influencing Italian masters and establishing Northern Europe as a major center of Renaissance art. Filippo Brunelleschi was a goldsmith's son who became the father of Renaissance architecture through his revolutionary engineering. His dome for Florence Cathedral, completed in 1436, was the largest built since antiquity, and demonstrated how Renaissance artists combined classical inspiration with innovative techniques to achieve the seemingly impossible. The Renaissance also witnessed a scientific revolution that challenged medieval understanding of the natural world. Johannes Gutenberg invented the printing press around 1440, revolutionizing the spread of knowledge by making books affordable and widely available. His printed Bible, completed around 1455, marked the beginning of the Information Age and enabled the rapid dissemination of Renaissance ideas across Europe. Political theory also underwent a renaissance under Niccolò Machiavelli, a Florentine diplomat who witnessed the brutal realities of power firsthand during Italy's wars. His book, The Prince, written in 1513, analyzed leadership with unprecedented realism. He wrote that it is much safer to be feared than loved, because love is preserved by the link of obligation, which owing to the baseness of men is broken at every opportunity for their advantage. But fear preserves you by a dread of punishment, which never fails. The humanist movement found its greatest advocate in Desiderius Erasmus, who lived from 1466 to 1536, a Dutch scholar who promoted educational reform and religious tolerance. His book Praise of Folly, published in 1511, used satire to criticize both church corruption and human vanity, while his scholarly editions of classical and biblical texts established new standards for learning. Erasmus embodied the Renaissance ideal of using classical wisdom to improve Christian society. This insight into human nature would influence political thought for centuries. Think about the ordinary farmer who gives heavy taxes to a noble lord for nothing except protection. Without the elites, invaders could destroy their farms, so they live in fear of what might happen, choosing security over freedom. The Renaissance celebration of human potential and individual conscience set the stage for the most devastating split in Christian history. By 1500, the Catholic Church had accumulated enormous wealth and power, but many believers questioned whether it still represented Christ's teachings. The crisis erupted in Germany, where a young Augustinian monk named Martin Luther was tormented by questions of salvation. How could a sinful human being earn God's forgiveness? The Catholic Church taught that salvation came through good works, participation in sacraments like Mass and confession, and, increasingly, monetary payments called indulgences, which were supposed to reduce punishment for sins. The sale of indulgences reached scandalous proportions under Pope Leo X, who needed funds to complete the magnificent St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. To raise money, the church appointed Johann Tetzel, a Dominican friar, to tour Germany selling certificates that supposedly reduced time in purgatory, the place where souls were believed to suffer before entering heaven. His sales pitch was blunt. He proclaimed that as soon as the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs. Luther was outraged by what he saw as the commercialization of salvation. The church was essentially selling God's forgiveness to the highest bidder, while ordinary people emptied their purses believing they could buy their way out of spiritual punishment. On October 31st, 1517, Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the door of Wittenberg's castle church, a traditional way of announcing a scholarly debate. These propositions challenged the church's authority and questioned whether the Pope had any power to release souls from purgatory, especially in exchange for money. Thanks to the printing press, Luther's ideas spread like wildfire across Germany and beyond. His central insight was revolutionary. Salvation came through faith alone, by grace alone, through Scripture alone. Good works were a result of salvation, not a cause of it. This theological breakthrough gave birth to Protestantism, a new form of Christianity that protested against Catholic doctrine and practices. Pope Leo X initially dismissed Luther as a mere squabble among monks, but the movement soon spiraled beyond anyone's control. When Luther refused to recant at the Diet of Worms in 1521, declaring that here he stood and could do no other, God help him, he was declared an outlaw of the Holy Roman Empire. Protected by Frederick the Wise of Saxony, Luther translated the New Testament into German, making Scripture accessible to ordinary believers for the first time. Other reformers pushed even further. Huldrych Zwingli in Zurich stripped churches of images and reformed worship, while John Calvin in Geneva developed a systematic theology of predestination. The Reformation unleashed forces that tore Europe apart. The German Peasants' War from 1524 to 1525 saw over 100,000 deaths as social revolution merged with religious reform. The Schmalkaldic Wars pitted Protestant and Catholic princes in devastating conflicts that laid waste to much of Germany. The Schmalkaldic League was an alliance of Protestant German princes who banded together to defend themselves against the Catholic Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, who wanted to force them back to Catholicism. The religious wars culminated in the 30 Years' War, which lasted from 1618 to 1648. The war began when the Holy Roman Emperor attempted to impose Catholicism on the Protestant population of Bohemia. The Bohemians were people living in what is now the Czech Republic, and they were largely Protestant and rebelled against Catholic rule. Soon the conflict spread throughout Europe. The war was characterized by brutal sieges, bloody battles, and atrocities committed by both sides. At its height, it involved most of the major powers of Europe, including France, Spain, Sweden, and the Holy Roman Empire. It was fought along religious, political, and economic lines, with each side vying for dominance. The war finally ended in 1648 with the Peace of Westphalia, which established the principle of state sovereignty and religious tolerance. Under this treaty, rulers gained the right to determine their own territory's religion, ending the dream of a unified Catholic Europe under papal authority. The agreement recognized that states, not religious institutions, would be the primary actors in international relations. This treaty marked the end of medieval Christendom's unity and the beginning of the modern European state system, where political power trumped religious authority and nations could coexist despite different faiths. The Renaissance spirit of inquiry and the need for new trade routes to Asia drove European explorers to venture into uncharted waters. The Ottoman Empire's conquest of Constantinople in 1453 had effectively cut off European access to the traditional Silk Road trade routes, making spices and luxury goods from Asia increasingly expensive and difficult to obtain. This Ottoman control of the eastern Mediterranean and overland routes to Asia spurred the search for alternative sea paths to the wealth of the East. The age of exploration emerged as Portugal and Spain, two small kingdoms on Europe's Atlantic edge, transformed themselves into global superpowers through maritime expansion. These rival nations literally divided the unknown world between themselves through the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494, with Portugal claiming territories east of an imaginary line, and Spain claiming everything to the west. This agreement would shape the next 3 centuries as Portuguese and Spanish explorers, conquistadors, and colonizers established the first truly global empires. Prince Henry the Navigator, who lived from 1394 to 1460, was a Portuguese prince who never actually sailed on voyages of exploration, but earned his title by establishing a school of navigation and systematically organizing expeditions along the African coast. From his base at Sagres, Henry gathered the best map makers, navigators, and shipbuilders of Europe, sponsoring dozens of voyages that gradually pushed Portuguese knowledge of the Atlantic further south. Bartolomeu Dias, who lived from 1450 to 1500, was a Portuguese navigator who achieved what many thought impossible when he rounded the Cape of Good Hope in 1488. Born into a family of navigators, Dias commanded an expedition that sailed further around Africa than any European before him, proving that a sea route to Asia was possible and opening the path for Portuguese expansion into the Indian Ocean. Vasco da Gama, who lived from the 1460s to 1524, completed what Dias had started, becoming the first European to reach India by sea. This Portuguese explorer's voyage from 1497 to 1499 established the sea route around Africa to Asia, breaking the Venetian and Ottoman monopoly on the spice trade and making Portugal enormously wealthy through its control of Indian Ocean commerce. Christopher Columbus, who lived from 1451 to 1506, was a Genoese navigator whose miscalculations about the size of the Earth led to one of history's most consequential discoveries. Convinced that he could reach Asia by sailing west, Columbus persuaded Queen Isabella of Castile to fund his expedition. On October 12, 1492, after weeks at sea, his lookout cried, "Tierra, tierra, land, land!" Columbus had reached the Bahamas in the Caribbean, which he named San Salvador, but he never set foot on the North American mainland where he is most celebrated today. Across 4 voyages, Columbus only explored Caribbean islands and parts of Central and South America, dying in 1506, still believing he had reached the East Indies. Amerigo Vespucci, who lived from 1454 to 1512, was an Italian navigator and cartographer who became the first European to recognize that the Americas were an entirely new continent separate from Asia. Through his voyages along the South American coast and, importantly, the North American coastline between 1499 and 1504, Vespucci provided detailed descriptions proving this was a separate landmass from Asia. The continents were named America in his honor by the German cartographer Martin Waldseemüller, recognizing that Vespucci, not Columbus, had truly discovered the New World continents. Ferdinand Magellan, who lived from 1480 to 1521, was a Portuguese explorer sailing for Spain who launched the first expedition to circumnavigate the globe. Though Magellan himself was killed in the Philippines in 1521, his expedition proved that the world's oceans were connected and that the Americas were indeed separate from Asia. His voyage through the strait at the southern tip of South America, now called the Strait of Magellan, opened a new route to the Pacific Ocean. But it was Columbus's Caribbean discovery that would inadvertently change the world forever. Meeting the Lucayan people, he was struck by their generosity and skill as farmers and fishermen. The implications were staggering. Within decades, Spanish conquistadors would topple the great American empires. Portuguese traders would establish posts from Brazil to Macau, and European diseases would devastate indigenous populations who had no immunity to Old World pathogens. Hernán Cortés, who lived from 1485 to 1547, was a Spanish conquistador who led the expedition that destroyed the Aztec Empire. In 1519, Cortés arrived on Aztec shores with fewer than 600 men, but superior military technology, guns, cannons, and horses that the Aztecs had never seen. The Aztecs initially greeted him with gifts of gold and silver, believing the Spaniards might be emissaries of the god Quetzalcoatl. Over several years, Cortés engaged in brutal battles with the Aztecs, aided by indigenous allies who were enemies of the Aztec Empire. After months of siege, Tenochtitlan fell in 1521. Francisco Pizarro followed Cortés's strategy in conquering the Inca Empire in Peru. This Spanish conquistador captured the Inca Emperor Atahualpa in 1532 through treachery, demanding a room filled with gold as ransom before executing him anyway. Though vastly outnumbered, Pizarro's small force of conquistadors used superior weapons, horses, and political divisions within the Inca Empire to achieve victory and claim Peru's vast silver wealth for Spain. The biological impact was even more catastrophic than the military conquest. Europeans, having survived diseases like the bubonic plague and smallpox, had developed immunity to these diseases. When spread to native populations, these diseases killed millions who had no natural resistance. The Age of Discovery created the first truly global economy. Silver from the Americas funded European wars and fueled global trade networks. American crops like potatoes, maize, and tomatoes transformed Old World agriculture and supported massive population growth. The Columbian Exchange, the transfer of plants, animals, diseases, and peoples between the Old and New Worlds, reshaped life on every continent. As explorers were discovering new worlds, scientists were revolutionizing humanity's understanding of the universe itself. The scientific revolution challenged medieval ways of thinking and established the foundations of modern science. The revolution began with Nicholas Copernicus, who lived from 1473 to 1543, a Polish astronomer and mathematician who shattered the medieval worldview with a single revolutionary idea. His book, On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, published in 1543, proposed that the Earth orbited the Sun, not the other way around. This heliocentric theory contradicted both common sense and church teaching, which placed Earth at the center of God's creation, but Copernicus supported his theory with careful mathematical calculations. Galileo Galilei, who lived from 1564 to 1642, was an Italian physicist and astronomer who provided the observational evidence needed to support Copernican theory. Born in Pisa, Galileo improved the newly invented telescope and turned it towards the heavens, discovering the moons of Jupiter, the phases of Venus, and the mountains on the moon. These observations proved that celestial bodies weren't perfect spheres, and that Earth wasn't the only world with moons. When Galileo published his findings in Dialogue Concerning the Two Chief World Systems in 1632, he was tried by the Roman Inquisition and forced to recant his views under threat of execution. Legend has it that after his trial, he muttered, "And yet it moves," referring to Earth's motion around the sun. Johannes Kepler, who lived from 1571 to 1630, was a German mathematician and astronomer who refined the heliocentric model by discovering that planets orbit the sun in ellipses, not perfect circles. Working as an assistant to the great observer Tycho Brahe, Kepler used precise astronomical data to formulate his 3 laws of planetary motion, which provided exact mathematical descriptions of how the solar system works. Andreas Vesalius, who lived from 1514 to 1564, was a Flemish anatomist who revolutionized medicine by conducting detailed dissections of human corpses, something that had been forbidden for over 1,000 years. His masterwork, On the Fabric of the Human Body, corrected hundreds of errors that had persisted since ancient times and established anatomy as a science based on direct observation rather than ancient authority. William Harvey, who lived from 1578 to 1657, was an English physician who discovered the circulation of blood, proving that the heart pumps blood through the body in a closed system. Through careful experiments and dissections, Harvey demonstrated that blood flows in a continuous circuit, overturning the ancient belief that blood was consumed by the body's organs and constantly regenerated by the liver. The revolution culminated with Isaac Newton, who lived from 1643 to 1727, an English mathematician and physicist whose book Principia Mathematica, published in 1687, unified terrestrial and celestial mechanics under universal laws. Newton's law of universal gravitation explained why apples fall and why planets orbit, demonstrating that the same forces govern motion throughout the universe. Newton also developed calculus, conducted groundbreaking experiments with light and optics, and formulated the 3 laws of motion that still bear his name. As he modestly wrote, if he had seen further, it was by standing on the shoulders of giants. The scientific revolution transformed human consciousness. No longer was the universe a closed, earth-centered system governed by mysterious forces. Instead, it was an open, infinite cosmos governed by mathematical laws that human reason could discover and understand. As religious wars devastated Europe, a new form of government emerged that promised order and stability: absolute monarchy. No ruler embodied this system more completely than Louis XIV of France, known as the Sun King, who would transform France into Europe's dominant power through sheer force of personality and political genius. Louis XIV, who lived from 1638 to 1715, became King of France at age 4 when his father died unexpectedly, but the real drama began when he assumed personal rule at 23. Determined never to experience the chaos and civil wars that had marked his childhood, Louis reportedly declared l'État, c'est moi, which means I am the state, summarizing his revolutionary approach to absolute rule, where the king's will became the only law that mattered. Louis moved his court to Versailles, a magnificent palace that became the ultimate symbol of absolute monarchy. With over 2,000 rooms and gardens stretching for miles, Versailles was designed to overwhelm visitors with royal power and grandeur. The palace's Hall of Mirrors, with its 17 mirror-clad arches reflecting light from the gardens, demonstrated French wealth and artistic achievement, while serving as a stage for the king's daily performances of majesty. At Versailles, Louis created an elaborate court culture that turned dangerous nobles into ornamental courtiers rather than independent power centers. Nobles competed desperately for the privilege of attending the king's morning routine or holding his shirt during dress ceremonies. This brilliant system neutered potential rivals while creating a glittering showcase of French culture that dazzled all of Europe. Jean-Baptiste Colbert, who lived from 1619 to 1683, was Louis's finance minister who developed mercantilism, an economic system designed to maximize French wealth and power at the expense of rival nations. Colbert encouraged domestic manufacturing, imposed crushing tariffs on foreign goods, and established colonies to provide raw materials and captive markets for French products, turning economics into a weapon of state power. Under Louis XIV, France became Europe's undisputed cultural center. French became the language of diplomacy and high culture throughout Europe. French art, literature, fashion, and etiquette were slavishly copied in courts from Madrid to St. Petersburg, making France the arbiter of European taste and refinement. But Louis's ambitions sparked the War of the Spanish Succession, which lasted from 1701 to 1714. The war began when King Charles II of Spain died without heirs. Louis supported his grandson Philip as the rightful heir, hoping to unite French and Spanish power under Bourbon rule. A desperate coalition of Austria, Great Britain, the Dutch Republic, and other powers fought to prevent French domination of Europe in a war that raged across multiple continents. The war ended with the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713, which recognized Philip as King of Spain, but required him to renounce any claims to the French throne. The treaty established the balance of power principle that would govern European diplomacy for centuries, ensuring that no single nation could dominate the continent. Frederick the Great of Prussia, who lived from 1712 to 1786, copied and refined Louis's absolutist model, transforming Prussia from a minor German state into a major European power. This philosopher king combined Enlightenment ideals with ruthless military efficiency, creating a state where rational administration and disciplined armies made Prussia the most efficient military machine in Europe. Catherine the Great of Russia, who lived from 1729 to 1796, was a German princess who seized the Russian throne from her incompetent husband and ruled for 34 years as an enlightened despot. Catherine expanded Russian territory, corresponded with Voltaire, and attempted to modernize Russia while maintaining absolute control over her vast empire. The Habsburg emperors of Austria also embraced absolutism, ruling a diverse empire that stretched from the Netherlands to Hungary. Through careful diplomacy, strategic marriages, and military prowess, the Habsburgs maintained their position as one of Europe's great powers despite governing dozens of different ethnic groups and languages. This system brought stability after the religious wars, but also laid the foundation for future conflicts between increasingly powerful states, each armed with professional armies and centralized bureaucracies capable of mobilizing unprecedented resources for war. The Age of Discovery had revealed new continents and sea routes, but the period from 1600 to 1750 saw European powers establish permanent colonial empires that would reshape the world. This wasn't just exploration, it was the systematic creation of global economic networks centered on European capitals. Spain established the first global empire, controlling vast territories from the Philippines to Peru. The Spanish colonial system was built on extracting precious metals, especially silver from the mines of Potosi in Bolivia. This silver flowed to Europe and Asia, creating the first truly global currency and fueling worldwide trade. Portugal created a different model, establishing trading posts and coastal enclaves rather than large territorial empires. From Brazil to Macau, Portuguese traders connected distant markets while avoiding the costs of governing large populations. The Dutch Republic, despite its small size, became a major colonial power through innovative business practices. The Dutch East India Company, established in 1602, was the world's first multinational corporation, complete with shareholders, limited liability, and tradable stock. The company controlled the spice trade from Indonesia and established New Amsterdam, which later became New York, in North America. England developed its colonial empire gradually, establishing permanent settlements in North America, and gaining control of key trading posts in India. The English East India Company initially focused on trade, but gradually assumed political control over much of the Indian subcontinent. France established colonies in the Caribbean with sugar plantations and trading posts in India and Africa. French explorers like Samuel de Champlain and Jacques Marquette mapped the Great Lakes and Mississippi River, claiming vast territories for France. The Atlantic slave trade became the backbone of this global economy for over 3 centuries. European ships carried manufactured goods to Africa, where they were exchanged for enslaved people, who were then transported under horrific conditions to the Americas. The Middle Passage across the Atlantic killed an estimated 2 million Africans, while survivors faced brutal conditions on plantations producing sugar, tobacco, cotton, and coffee. This triangular trade devastated African societies, with entire regions depopulated by slave raids. African kingdoms like Dahomey and Asante became dependent on the trade, while coastal societies were militarized to capture people from the interior. The prophets built cities like Liverpool, Bristol, and Newport, while financing the Industrial Revolution itself. Insurance companies, banks, and shipping firms all profited from human bondage, creating a web of complicity throughout European and American society. Colonial wealth transformed European cities into major commercial centers, while products like sugar, coffee, and tobacco became part of daily life. However, this expansion created intense competition among European powers. The 7 Years' War, which lasted from 1756 to 1763, has been called the First World War because it was fought simultaneously in Europe, North America, the Caribbean, India, and the Philippines, a truly global conflict over colonial dominance. As absolute monarchs concentrated political power and colonial empires generated unprecedented wealth, European intellectuals began to question traditional authorities and promote new ideas about reason, progress, and human rights. The Enlightenment, often called the Age of Reason, would provide the intellectual foundations for the modern world. The movement began with John Locke's essays Concerning Human Understanding and 2 treatises of government, both published in 1689. Locke argued that knowledge comes from experience rather than divine revelation, and that governments derive their authority from the consent of the governed. If rulers violate people's natural rights to life, liberty, and property, Locke argued, the people have the right to rebel. Voltaire, whose real name was François-Marie Arouet and who lived from 1694 to 1778, became the Enlightenment's most famous advocate for religious tolerance and freedom of speech. After being imprisoned in the Bastille and exiled to England, Voltaire returned to France with admiration for English political and religious freedoms. He supposedly declared that while he disapproved of what someone might say, he would defend to the death their right to say it. Baron de Montesquieu analyzed different forms of government in The Spirit of the Laws, published in 1748, arguing that the best governments separate executive, legislative, and judicial powers to prevent tyranny. This idea of checks and balances would profoundly influence the American Constitution. Denis Diderot and Jean-Laurent d'Alembert edited the Encyclopédie from 1751 to 1772, a massive work that attempted to catalogue all human knowledge. The Encyclopédie spread Enlightenment ideas throughout Europe and challenged traditional authorities by promoting reason and scientific knowledge over religious dogma. Jean-Jacques Rousseau offered a more radical critique of existing society in The Social Contract. Rousseau wrote that man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains, arguing that legitimate government must be based on the general will of the people. His ideas about popular sovereignty would inspire the French Revolution. Adam Smith revolutionized economic thought with The Wealth of Nations. Smith argued that free markets, guided by an invisible hand, would produce greater prosperity than government regulation. His defense of capitalism and free trade became the foundation of modern economics. Cesare Beccaria challenged brutal criminal justice systems in On Crimes and Punishments, published in 1764, arguing against torture and capital punishment. Mary Wollstonecraft extended Enlightenment principles to women's rights in A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, published in 1792, arguing that women deserved equal education and opportunities. The Enlightenment wasn't just about political theory, it promoted scientific and rational approaches to all aspects of life. Enlightenment thinkers believed in progress, arguing that human reason could solve social problems and improve living conditions for everyone. These ideas spread through coffeehouses, salons, and Masonic lodges throughout Europe and the Americas. By the 1770s, educated people on both sides of the Atlantic were discussing natural rights, religious tolerance, and representative government. The stage was set for revolutionary changes that would transform the world. While Europeans were establishing global colonial empires, powerful Asian civilizations were experiencing their own periods of expansion and decline. The Ottoman Empire, Mughal Empire in India, the Qing dynasty in China, and Tokugawa Japan all reached their peaks during this period before facing new challenges from European expansion. The Ottoman Empire reached its golden age under Suleiman the Magnificent, who lived from 1494 to 1566 and ruled from 1520 to 1566, when the empire controlled territories from Hungary to Yemen, from Algeria to the Persian Gulf. Known as Kanuni, meaning the lawgiver, to his own people, Suleiman reformed the Ottoman legal system, patronized magnificent architecture including the Süleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul, and transformed the empire into a major naval power in both the Mediterranean and Indian Ocean. His reign marked the height of Ottoman military prowess, with Janissary infantry and powerful artillery that made Ottoman armies the most feared in Europe and Asia. Ottoman forces besieged Vienna in 1529 and again in 1683, threatening the heart of Christian Europe. The Ottomans also conquered much of the Middle East from their Persian rivals and established dominance over the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, making the Ottoman Sultan the protector of Islam's most sacred sites. But Ottoman expansion slowed after the failed siege of Vienna in 1683, and the empire began to fall behind European powers in military technology and administrative efficiency, gradually earning the nickname the Sick Man of Europe as it began to lose territories to Austria and Russia. The Mughal Empire in India was founded by Babur, a descendant of both Timur and Genghis Khan, who conquered the Delhi Sultanate at the Battle of Panipat in 1526. Timur, also known as Tamerlane, was a 14th century Central Asian conqueror who had built a vast empire stretching from Turkey to India through brutal military campaigns. This Central Asian prince combined Mongol military tactics with gunpowder weapons to establish a dynasty that would dominate the Indian subcontinent, a region that today includes India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, for over 2 centuries. The empire reached its zenith under Akbar the Great, who ruled from 1556 to 1605. He created a syncretic culture that blended Indian Hindu traditions, Persian art and literature, and Islamic governance. Akbar established a revolutionary policy of religious tolerance in the diverse Indian subcontinent, marrying Hindu princesses and incorporating Hindu nobles into his administration, while encouraging philosophical debates between different faiths at his court. Shah Jahan, who ruled from 1628 to 1658, elevated Mughal art and architecture to unprecedented heights. He built the Taj Mahal in the Indian city of Agra as a tomb for his beloved wife Mumtaz Mahal. Its white marble dome and intricate inlay work demonstrated the sophistication of Mughal craftsmanship and the empire's vast wealth drawn from India's fertile lands and thriving trade networks. But the empire began to decline under Aurangzeb, who ruled from 1658 to 1707. He abandoned his predecessor's religious tolerance, instead imposing strict Islamic law throughout his domains. His persecution of Hindus and Sikhs sparked widespread rebellions across the Indian subcontinent, while his constant warfare to expand into the Deccan Plateau drained the imperial treasury and weakened central control. In China, the Ming dynasty fell to the Manchus in 1644, establishing the Qing dynasty, that would rule until 1912. The Manchus were skilled administrators from Manchuria, northeast of China, who adopted Chinese governmental systems while maintaining their distinct cultural identity and forcing Chinese men to wear the Manchu queue hairstyle as a sign of submission. Emperor Kangxi ruled from 1661 to 1722, expanded the Qing Empire to its greatest territorial extent, controlling Tibet, Xinjiang, and Mongolia. Under his reign and that of his grandson, Emperor Qianlong, the Chinese population doubled, reaching 300 million by 1750, making China the world's most populous and prosperous empire. China maintained its traditional isolation from foreign influence as a matter of imperial policy, believing Chinese civilization was the Middle Kingdom, the center of the civilized world, and that all other nations were barbarian tributaries. The Chinese viewed their empire as culturally and technologically superior to all others, seeing no need for foreign goods or ideas. The Qing restricted European merchants to the single port of Canton and required all trade to go through Chinese intermediaries, reflecting their view that foreign goods were inferior luxuries rather than necessities. In Japan, the Tokugawa shogunate, which lasted from 1603 to 1868, brought political stability after centuries of civil war through a unique system where the Tokugawa family held supreme power as military dictators called shoguns, while the emperor remained a ceremonial figurehead in Kyoto. The shogun was the true ruler of Japan, commanding the loyalty of the samurai warrior class and controlling the country's feudal lords called daimyo. The Tokugawa imposed a rigid social hierarchy with samurai warriors at the top, followed by farmers who were honored for feeding the nation, then artisans who made useful goods, and finally merchants who were considered the lowest class despite often being wealthy. Most remarkably, Japan cut itself off from the outside world through a policy called sakoku, forbidding Japanese from leaving the country and expelling all foreigners except for a small Dutch trading post. This created a unique, isolated civilization that developed its own distinctive art, literature, and culture for over 2 centuries until American pressure forced Japan to reopen in the 1850s. The Enlightenment's ideas about natural rights and representative government found their first practical application in the 13 American colonies. What began as a dispute over taxation became a revolution that established the world's first modern democracy and inspired liberation movements worldwide. The conflict emerged from Britain's attempts to tax the American colonies to pay for the 7 Years' War. The Stamp Act of 1765, Tea Act of 1773, and other measures provoked colonial resistance based on the principle of no taxation without representation. Americans argued they couldn't be taxed by a parliament in which they had no voice. The Boston Tea Party in 1773 escalated the conflict when colonists dressed as Indians dumped 342 chests of tea into Boston Harbor to protest the Tea Act, which gave the British East India Company a monopoly on tea sales in America. Parliament responded with the Coercive Acts in 1774, which colonists called the Intolerable Acts. The First Continental Congress in 1774 brought together representatives from 12 colonies to coordinate resistance. When fighting broke out at Lexington and Concord in April 1775, the American Revolution had begun. The Second Continental Congress faced a momentous decision: reconciliation with Britain or independence. Thomas Paine, who lived from 1737 to 1809, was an English-born pamphleteer whose book Common Sense, published in 1776, argued powerfully for American independence. Paine called King George III a royal brute and attacked monarchy itself as an absurd form of government, helping convince colonists that reconciliation with Britain was impossible. Thomas Jefferson, who lived from 1743 to 1826, was a Virginia planter and philosopher who became the principal author of the Declaration of Independence. On July 4, 1776, the Continental Congress approved Jefferson's document, which proclaimed revolutionary principles. It declared that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. George Washington, who lived from 1732 to 1799, was a Virginia planter who became Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army and proved that leadership could triumph over superior resources. British forces were professional soldiers supported by the world's most powerful navy, while American forces were largely militia with little training and inconsistent supplies. Washington's greatest achievement was keeping the Continental Army together through defeats, retreats, and the bitter winter at Valley Forge from 1777 to 1778. The turning point came with the Battle of Saratoga in 1777, where American forces surrounded and captured an entire British army under General Burgoyne. This victory convinced France to join the war as an American ally, providing crucial naval support and supplies. The war's climax came at Yorktown in 1781, where Washington and French General Rochambeau trapped British forces under General Cornwallis. When the French Navy defeated the British fleet offshore, Cornwallis had no escape route. On October 19, 1781, Cornwallis surrendered, effectively ending the war. The Treaty of Paris in 1783 recognized American independence and granted the new nation territory extending to the Mississippi River. But winning independence was only the beginning. Americans now had to create a government that could hold 13 diverse states together. The Articles of Confederation proved inadequate, creating a central government too weak to tax, regulate trade, or maintain order. Shays' Rebellion from 1786 to 1787 demonstrated the need for stronger national authority. The Constitutional Convention in 1787 created an entirely new form of government. Rather than democracy, which ancient philosophers had condemned as mob rule, the founders created a republic with separation of powers, checks and balances, and federalism. The Constitution established a system where power was divided between federal and state governments and among executive, legislative, and judicial branches. The Constitution addressed Plato's ancient criticism of democracy by creating the Electoral College, where educated elites would choose the president rather than direct popular vote. This system reflected the founders' belief that pure democracy was dangerous, but that representative government based on popular consent was both practical and just. The American Revolution proved that Enlightenment ideas could work in practice. A colonial rebellion had become a successful experiment in self-government that would inspire democratic movements worldwide. The American Revolution's success inspired French intellectuals and reformers, but France's attempt at revolutionary change would prove far more radical and violent. The French Revolution began with hopes for constitutional monarchy, but ended with dictatorship, war, and the terror. King Louis XVI, who lived from 1754 to 1793, was a well-meaning but indecisive monarch who inherited France's severe financial crisis in the 1780s. Years of warfare, including support for the American Revolution, had bankrupted the royal treasury. Facing this crisis, Louis called the Estates General in 1789, the first time since 1614, hoping to find a solution, but instead unleashing forces that would destroy the monarchy and cost him his life. The Estates General traditionally represented three orders: clergy, nobility, and commoners. But the Third Estate demanded equal representation and voting by head rather than by order. When locked out of their meeting hall, Third Estate delegates gathered at a tennis court and swore the tennis court oath, vowing to create a new constitution for France. The Third Estate declared itself the National Assembly and began drafting the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen in 1789, proclaiming that men are born and remain free and equal in rights. Meanwhile, the economic crisis and rumors of royal plots sparked popular uprisings in Paris. On July 14, 1789, Parisian crowds stormed the Bastille fortress, a symbol of royal tyranny. The fall of the Bastille became the revolution's symbolic beginning and is still celebrated as France's national holiday. The National Assembly abolished feudalism and adopted the Declaration of Rights, initially following the American model toward constitutional monarchy. Marie Antoinette, who lived from 1755 to 1793, was the Austrian-born queen who became a symbol of royal excess and indifference to popular suffering. Though she probably never said, "Let them eat cake" to starving peasants, this alleged quote captured popular anger at royal privilege during France's economic crisis. War with Austria and Prussia beginning in 1792 created a crisis atmosphere that empowered radical revolutionaries. The monarchy was overthrown, King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were executed, and France was declared a republic. The revolution entered its most radical phase as external threats and internal opposition convinced revolutionaries that extreme measures were necessary for survival. Maximilien Robespierre was a lawyer from northern France who became the revolution's most influential radical leader and architect of the Terror. Known as the Incorruptible for his moral rigidity, Robespierre believed that virtue required the elimination of the revolution's enemies. Leading the Committee of Public Safety, he proclaimed a cult of reason to replace Christianity and attempted to create a republic of virtue through revolutionary violence. The Reign of Terror from 1793 to 1794 saw thousands executed by guillotine, including many revolutionaries who were deemed insufficiently radical. But the Terror eventually consumed its own leaders. On July 28, 1794, Robespierre himself was executed, ending the Terror. The revolution then entered a more moderate phase under the Directory from 1795 to 1799, a 5-member executive council that attempted to stabilize France after the chaos of the Terror. The Directory's failures created an opportunity for an ambitious young general named Napoleon Bonaparte, who lived from 1769 to 1821. On November 9, 1799, Napoleon overthrew the Directory in a coup d'état and established the consulate with himself as first consul. Napoleon's rise marked the end of the French Revolution and the beginning of a new phase of European history. Unlike the chaotic revolutionary governments that preceded him, Napoleon offered order, efficiency, and military glory. He also consolidated many of the revolution's gains: legal equality, religious tolerance, and merit-based advancement, though abandoning its democratic ideals. Napoleon crowned himself Emperor of the French in 1804, creating a new form of monarchy that combined revolutionary legitimacy with imperial grandeur. Pope Pius VII attended the coronation, but Napoleon famously placed the crown on his own head, symbolizing that his authority came from his own achievements rather than divine appointment. His military genius transformed European warfare as his Grande Armée combined speed, flexibility, and concentrated firepower to defeat the traditional armies of Europe's old regimes. The Battle of Austerlitz in 1805 demonstrated Napoleon's tactical brilliance, as he defeated a combined Austrian and Russian army despite being outnumbered. At its height, Napoleon's empire stretched from Spain to Poland, from Hamburg to Naples. French armies carried revolutionary ideals across Europe, abolishing feudalism, establishing civil equality, and promoting nationalism. The Napoleonic Code, established in 1804, became one of history's most influential legal documents, establishing principles of legal equality, property rights, and secular law that spread throughout Europe and beyond. Napoleon later reflected that his true glory was not winning 40 battles, because Waterloo would erase the memory of so many victories. But what nothing would destroy, what would live eternally, was his civil code. But Napoleon's ambitions ultimately proved his undoing. The invasion of Russia in 1812 began with 600,000 men, the largest army ever assembled to that point. Moscow's capture seemed to promise victory, but the Russians had abandoned and burned their ancient capital. As winter approached, Napoleon was forced to retreat across the frozen Russian steppes. Disease, starvation, and constant harassment by Russian forces decimated the Grande Armée, and only 30,000 men returned to Germany. The Russian disaster encouraged Napoleon's enemies to form the Sixth Coalition. At the Battle of Leipzig in 1813, known as the Battle of the Nations, Allied forces decisively defeated Napoleon. Allied armies marched on Paris, and Napoleon was forced to abdicate and was exiled to the island of Elba. But in March 1815, he escaped and returned to France for the famous 100 Days. French soldiers sent to arrest him instead rallied to his banner. Europe mobilized once more, and the final confrontation came at Waterloo in Belgium on June 18, 1815. The Duke of Wellington's Anglo-Allied army and Blucher's Prussian forces combined to defeat Napoleon decisively. Wellington later called it the nearest run thing you ever saw in your life. Napoleon was exiled to the remote island of St. Helena, where he died in 1821. The Congress of Vienna from 1814 to 1815 redrew Europe's map and established a balance of power system designed to prevent any single nation from dominating the continent. The Concert of Europe would maintain relative peace for nearly a century. For over 3 centuries, Spain had ruled a vast empire stretching from California to Chile, extracting enormous wealth from silver mines and plantations worked by indigenous peoples and enslaved Africans. Spanish colonial society was rigidly hierarchical, with peninsulares, people born in Spain, holding the highest positions, followed by Creoles, people of European descent born in the Americas. Despite being wealthy landowners, merchants, and professionals, Creoles were excluded from top government positions and restricted in trade, creating growing resentment against Spanish rule. Napoleon's invasion of Spain in 1808 created a power vacuum that gave Creoles their long-awaited opportunity. When the Spanish king was imprisoned and Spanish authority collapsed, colonial elites across the Americas faced a choice: remain loyal to an uncertain Spanish government or seize independence for themselves. In Venezuela, Francisco de Miranda and then Simón Bolívar, who lived from 1783 to 1830, led the independence struggle. Bolívar, known as El Libertador, became the George Washington of South America with a revolutionary vision that extended beyond Venezuelan independence to the liberation of all Spanish America. After early defeats forced him into exile, Bolívar returned to lead military campaigns between 1810 and 1825 that freed Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia, which was named in his honor. The Battle of Boyacá in 1819 secured Colombian independence, while the Battle of Carabobo in 1821 completed Venezuela's liberation. In the south, José de San Martín, who lived from 1778 to 1850, pursued a different strategy from his base in Argentina. Rather than fighting the Spanish directly, he crossed the Andes with his Army of the Andes, an epic march comparable to Hannibal's crossing of the Alps. The Battle of Chacabuco in 1817 liberated Chile, while the capture of Lima in 1821 struck at the heart of Spanish power in South America. Mexico's independence struggle was more complex, beginning with popular uprisings led by priests Miguel Hidalgo, who lived from 1753 to 1811, and José María Morelos, who lived from 1765 to 1815. These early movements combined independence with social revolution, frightening conservative Creoles who feared losing their privileged position. Only when liberal revolution in Spain threatened conservative interests did Mexican elites support independence under Agustín de Iturbide in 1821. Brazil achieved independence more peacefully under unique circumstances. When Napoleon's armies approached Lisbon in 1807, the Portuguese royal family fled to Brazil, transforming the colony into the seat of the Portuguese Empire. When King João VI returned to Portugal in 1821, he left his son Pedro, who lived from 1798 to 1834, as regent. Faced with Portuguese attempts to reduce Brazil's status back to a mere colony, Pedro declared independence in 1822, becoming Emperor Pedro I of Brazil. By 1825, only Cuba and Puerto Rico remained under Spanish control in the Americas. The new republics faced enormous challenges: political instability, economic disruption, and social divisions between different racial and ethnic groups. But the principle of national self-determination had triumphed throughout most of the Western Hemisphere. By 1800, the world had been fundamentally transformed. The early modern period had begun with isolated civilizations developing separately across the globe. It ended with continents connected by trade, ideas flowing across oceans, and the principle of human liberation spreading from North America to South America to Europe and beyond. The Renaissance had rediscovered human potential, the Reformation had challenged religious authority, and the scientific revolution had revealed the laws of nature. The Enlightenment proclaimed that all people possessed natural rights, and democratic revolutions proved these ideas could work in practice. From the 13 American colonies to the vast territories of Spanish America, people had shown that they could govern themselves and throw off imperial control. The foundations of the modern world were now in place: democratic government, individual rights, scientific method, global commerce, and the revolutionary idea that ordinary people could shape their own fate. There's a photograph from 1838, the first photograph ever to capture a living human being. It's a street in Paris, Boulevard du Temple. 10 minutes of exposure time. The carriages and crowds blur into ghosts, moving too fast for the primitive camera to catch. The street looks empty, deserted, like a city abandoned. But if you look closely, bottom left corner, there's a figure, a man, standing perfectly still while someone shines his shoes, just standing there, motionless for 10 minutes, long enough to be caught by history, long enough to become real. Everyone else, the thousands of people who walked that street that morning, they're gone, erased by motion. But this one man, this random person getting his shoes shined, he remains, frozen. The first human face the camera ever learned to hold. That photograph was taken in the same decade that steam engines began pulling trains across continents. The same decade the telegraph started sending words faster than horses could carry them. The same decade factories began churning out more cloth in an hour than a hand weaver could make in a month. The world was speeding up, and only the things that could stand perfectly still, the things that could wait for the light to burn them into the film, only those things would be remembered. Tonight we arrive at the modern age. This is the era when everything accelerated, when steam turned to steel, when gaslight turned to electricity, when messages traveled at the speed of lightning and then at the speed of light itself, when humanity doubled, then doubled again, then doubled once more, when we learned to split the atom and photograph the Earth from space and hold the entire knowledge of our species in the palm of one hand. It's the era when we became modern. Let's step into the age of revolutions, industry, science, and accelerating change. The age that built the world you're living in right now. The age we're still trying to understand, even as it keeps moving faster than any camera can catch. Change happened before, slowly. Villages became towns, towns became cities. Empires rose and fell across centuries. A farmer in 1200 lived much like a farmer in 1700. Same tools, same rhythms, same relationship to the land and the seasons. But something shifted in the 1700s. Something broke. And suddenly, within a single human lifetime, the world transformed more than it had in the previous 1,000 years. 3 industrial revolutions crashed over civilization like waves, each one faster and more violent than the last. First came steam and coal, turning muscle into machine, then oil and electricity, turning night into day. Then computers and networks, turning information into power. The nations that mastered these revolutions, that secured the coal, the oil, the steel, the rare earth metals, the data, those nations dominated the world. The nations that didn't fell under their shadow, colonized or consumed or simply left behind. This is the story of how we got here, how we went from candlelight to electric grids, from horse-drawn carriages to rockets, from letters taking weeks to messages arriving in milliseconds. How the same technologies that connected us also armed us. How the same innovations that created unprecedented wealth also enabled unprecedented destruction. Understanding the modern world means understanding this. Progress and catastrophe have always walked hand in hand. For thousands of years, human civilization was trapped. Population grew, food production grew, but never fast enough. Famine was always one bad harvest away. Poverty was the default state. Most people lived and died within a day's walk of where they were born. This was the Malthusian trap, the iron law of pre-industrial life. And then, in the late 1700s, we broke it. Steam power did what wind and water and muscle never could. It turned heat into motion, consistently, reliably, anywhere you could burn coal. James Watt didn't invent the steam engine, but in 1769 he perfected it, made it efficient, made it practical, made it inevitable. Suddenly, factories didn't need to be built beside rivers. They could be built anywhere coal could be delivered. And coal was everywhere in Britain, buried under Wales, under Yorkshire, under Durham. Black gold waiting to be dug up and burned. Textile production exploded. The spinning jenny let one worker do the work of 8. The power loom mechanized weaving. Cloth that once took months to produce by hand now poured out of factories by the mile. A few workers could now produce what had required hundreds of skilled artisans. The weavers saw what was coming. Some of them fought back. Between 1811 and 1816, textile workers across northern England rose up in the dead of night. They called themselves Luddites, followers of the mythical King Lud. They smashed the machines, burned the factories, left threatening letters signed with blood. They weren't stupid. They weren't afraid of progress. They were afraid of starvation, of being replaced, of becoming obsolete in their own country. The British government responded with soldiers and executions. The machines won. And the machines kept spreading. In 1830, the first passenger railway opened between Liverpool and Manchester. 30 miles in just over an hour. People thought it was witchcraft. They thought the human body couldn't survive speeds over 20 miles per hour, that the organs would liquefy, that passengers would suffocate. They were wrong. Within decades, railway networks stitched together entire nations. Iron rails carried coal to the factories and manufactured goods to the ports. Travel that had taken days now took hours. Markets that had been isolated became connected. For the first time, people and goods could move faster than a horse could gallop. Then came the telegraph in 1837. Instant communication across impossible distances. A message from London could reach Edinburgh in minutes instead of days. Business deals could be negotiated in real time. Prices could be coordinated. Armies could be commanded from a distance. The world was shrinking. Steamships finished the job. They freed ocean travel from the tyranny of wind patterns. Atlantic crossings dropped from 6 weeks to 10 days. The seas became highways. Britain, sitting on its island with its coal and its factories and its navy, became the center of a global web of trade. They called it the workshop of the world. Manchester produced textiles. Sheffield produced steel. Birmingham produced locomotives. Liverpool shipped it all overseas. And British merchant ships and warships controlled the sea lanes, ensuring that manufactured goods flowed out and raw materials flowed in. This was power. Economic power that became military power that became political power. Britain built the largest empire in human history, not through superior courage or divine right, but through superior steam engines and better access to coal. But steam power created something else, something unexpected, something dangerous. A new class of people who owned nothing but their labor, the working class. Unlike peasants scattered across villages, factory workers were concentrated in cities. They lived in the same slums. They worked the same brutal 12 to 16-hour shifts. They breathed the same coal smoke. They watched the same children disappear into the same machinery. And they began to realize they had more in common with each other than with the factory owners. Strikes spread. Unions formed. Governments panicked. Some intellectuals looked at the factories and recoiled. The Romantic movement, poets like Wordsworth and Byron, celebrated nature, emotion, individual freedom. They saw industrialization as a prison, mechanization as a cage. They wrote poems about daffodils and ancient ruins while the world burned coal and belched smoke. But the machines didn't care about poetry. The machines kept running. The Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1829, was the first conflict where industrial naval power proved decisive. Greece had been under Ottoman rule for centuries. When Greek revolutionaries rose up, they were outgunned and outnumbered. But Britain and France intervened, not out of love for Greek freedom, but out of strategic calculation. At the Battle of Navarino in 1827, steam-powered British and French warships obliterated the Ottoman Egyptian fleet. Wooden sailing ships stood no chance against iron hulls and steam propulsion. The Greeks won their independence not because they were stronger, but because industrial powers decided the outcome. This was the future of war. Technology deciding battles, resources deciding wars. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, took it further. Steam-powered ships transported tens of thousands of troops to the Black Sea. Telegraph lines coordinated movements across hundreds of miles. For the first time, war correspondents could send dispatches from the battlefield to newspapers back home within days. The war was brutal, chaotic, incompetently managed. But it proved something important. Industrial nations could project power across continents. They could wage war on a scale that pre-industrial empires could never match. And that scale would only grow. The American Civil War from 1861 to 1865 became the first truly industrial war. It demonstrated steam age technology's terrible potential when applied to military conflict. Railways enabled both sides to move troops and supplies over vast distances. Telegraph lines allowed real-time coordination across multiple theaters. The North's industrial superiority proved decisive. Its factories could produce rifles, artillery, and ammunition in quantities the agricultural South could not match. The war introduced innovations that would shape future conflicts. Ironclad warships made wooden navies obsolete. Rifled firearms increased battlefield casualties dramatically. Railway-based logistics enabled armies to operate far from their bases. The Siege of Vicksburg demonstrated how railroads could determine strategic outcomes. By controlling the railway junction, Union forces could cut the Confederacy in half. The war's enormous casualties exceeded 600,000 dead. This showed the deadly consequences of applying industrial production methods to warfare. Industrial capitalism transformed European society dramatically by the mid-19th century. It created unprecedented wealth alongside unprecedented poverty. Two German intellectuals developed a radical critique that would influence world history for the next century and beyond. Karl Marx, who lived from 1818 to 1883, was a philosopher and economist from the Rhineland who had witnessed the harsh conditions of early industrialization firsthand. Friedrich Engels, who lived from 1820 to 1895, was the son of a wealthy textile manufacturer who managed his family's factory in Manchester, England. This gave him first-hand knowledge of working-class suffering. These unlikely partners analyzed the revolutionary changes happening around them. They published The Communist Manifesto in February 1848, the same year that revolutions swept across Europe from February to December. Marx and Engels argued that all history was class struggle between oppressors and oppressed through ancient slavery, medieval feudalism, and modern capitalism. Industrial capitalism had created two fundamentally opposing classes. The bourgeoisie owned the means of production. factories, machines, and raw materials needed to make goods. The proletariat owned nothing but their labor power and were forced to sell it to survive. The bourgeoisie extracted surplus value from workers' labor, keeping the profits that workers' efforts created while paying workers only enough wages to barely survive. This exploitation wasn't accidental, Marx argued, but was built into capitalism's very structure. Marx predicted that capitalism would eventually collapse, as its internal contradictions created a revolutionary working class. This working class would overthrow the bourgeoisie and establish a classless society. "Let the ruling classes tremble at a communist revolution," they wrote. "The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win." Marx also understood that capitalism required constant expansion. The need of a constantly expanding market chases the bourgeoisie over the globe. It must nestle everywhere, settle everywhere, establish connections everywhere. This insight proved prophetic. European powers embarked on unprecedented expansion into Africa, beginning in the 1870s, immediately after Marx published Das Kapital in 1867. Germany remained politically fragmented until 1871. However, regions like the Ruhr Valley developed heavy industry based on coal and iron ore deposits. The Zollverein Customs Union was established in 1834, creating a large free trade area. German states could benefit from industrial development even before political unification. This economic integration laid the foundation for eventual political unity. A unified German state would challenge British industrial supremacy. Railway development played a crucial role in German unification. Railway networks connected German cities and regions, facilitating trade and cultural exchange while enabling rapid military mobilization. When Otto von Bismarck orchestrated German unification through the Franco-Prussian War from 1870 to 1871, railways were essential. They enabled rapid movement of Prussian troops. French forces were defeated and the German Empire was established. France industrialized more slowly than Britain, but used technological capabilities to maintain its position as a great power. Railway construction connected Paris to major cities. Steam-powered textile mills in Alsace competed with British production. Napoleon III used railway construction strategically for both economic development and political control. This demonstrated how industrial technology could strengthen state power. France's participation in the Crimean War alongside Britain showed how industrial allies could coordinate military operations. Telegraph communications and steam-powered transportation enabled this coordination. French involvement in the Suez Canal project demonstrated French engineering capabilities. Engineer Ferdinand de Lesseps led the project, establishing French influence in the Middle East. In 1800, China's Qing dynasty controlled a vast empire with over 300 million people. It had deliberately isolated itself from European contact. Chinese society had complex economies, advanced technologies, and powerful military traditions. However, it had not experienced the Industrial Revolution, transforming European capabilities. The Opium Wars from 1839 to 1842 and 1856 to 1860 demonstrated steam power's overwhelming military superiority over traditional Asian armies. The wars began when China attempted to suppress the British opium trade, which had created widespread addiction and drained Chinese silver reserves. When Chinese officials destroyed opium shipments in Canton, Britain responded with military force, justifying the war as defense of free trade. British steam-powered gunboats could navigate Chinese rivers effectively, attacking coastal cities and withdrawing before Chinese forces could respond. Iron-hulled warships were virtually immune to Chinese artillery. Rifled firearms gave European infantry decisive advantages over Chinese troops with traditional weapons. Traditional Chinese war junks and coastal fortifications proved useless against industrial military technology. The Treaty of Nanking in 1842 imposed harsh terms on China. It forced China to open 5 treaty ports, to British trade, ceded Hong Kong to Britain, and required payment of a massive indemnity. War indemnities financed further European industrial development while weakening the Chinese economy. This created a cycle where European technological advantages increased over time and resistance became increasingly futile. The Taiping Rebellion from 1850 to 1864 was influenced by European interventions disruption. The rebellion began in regions affected by the opium trade. It was partly inspired by Christian ideas introduced by European missionaries. Hong Xiuquan, the rebellion's leader, believed himself to be Jesus Christ's younger brother. He sought to establish a heavenly kingdom of great peace that would overthrow the Qing dynasty. The rebellion erupted in areas where European opium imports had created widespread addiction and severe social breakdown. European missionary activities had introduced new religious ideas that challenged traditional Chinese beliefs. The conflict killed over 20 million people and devastated southern China, including major commercial centers like Nanjing. The Qing government was forced to rely on regional armies and foreign assistance, further weakening central authority. This catastrophic experience reinforced Chinese desires for isolation from foreign influence. The Qing dynasty blamed European missionary activities and trade for inspiring the rebellion. They implemented policies restricting foreign access. The trauma of the Taiping Rebellion, combined with humiliating defeats in the Opium Wars, convinced Chinese leaders that engagement with the West brought only disaster. Isolationist tendencies would persist until the 20th century. Japan had maintained strict isolation under the Tokugawa shogunate since the 1630s. Foreign contact was forbidden, and the Japanese citizens were banned from traveling abroad. This policy, called Sakoku, had created a unique civilization that developed independently for over 2 centuries. Society was rigidly hierarchical, with samurai warriors dominating farmers, artisans, and merchants. Japan had no knowledge of industrial developments transforming the Western world. The opening of Japan by American Commodore Matthew Perry in 1854 demonstrated steam power's ability to overcome centuries of isolation. When Perry's squadron entered Tokyo Bay in July 1853, Japanese coastal defenses proved completely inadequate. Perry's black ships were steam-powered warships that could move regardless of wind conditions. They shocked Japanese observers who recognized their traditional defenses were obsolete. Traditional cannon could not penetrate the iron hulls of American warships. Steam engines allowed Perry's ships to maneuver freely, regardless of wind and tide conditions. Japanese observers were particularly amazed that ships produced their own power through burning coal, creating the black smoke that gave them their nickname. Perry delivered a letter from President Millard Fillmore demanding that Japan open its ports to American trade and provide assistance to shipwrecked sailors. Perry departed, promising to return the following year for an answer. This gave Japanese leaders time to debate their response. They recognized that resistance was futile against such overwhelming technological superiority. When Perry returned in 1854 with an even larger fleet, Japan agreed to the Treaty of Kanagawa, opening 2 ports to American ships and establishing diplomatic relations. This forced opening shattered Japan's isolationist policy and convinced Japanese leaders that they must rapidly acquire Western technology or face the same fate as China. Unlike China, however, Japan would successfully modernize and become an industrial power, capable of challenging European dominance in Asia. The Meiji Restoration would soon follow. This would launch Japan's remarkable transformation from feudal society to industrial power. Meanwhile, the Ottoman Empire in 1800 controlled territories stretching from the Balkans to Arabia, including modern-day Turkey, Syria, Iraq, Palestine, and parts of North Africa. However, this vast empire was increasingly unable to compete with European powers' industrial and military capabilities. Internal rebellions, economic weakness, and technological backwardness created vulnerability. The Ottoman Empire became known as the sick man of Europe, vulnerable to both internal nationalism and external intervention. Muhammad Ali's Egypt from 1805 to 1849 represented the most successful attempt at indigenous modernization in the Middle East. This Albanian-born Ottoman governor used his position strategically, building a modern army equipped with European weapons. Textile mills powered by steam engines were established. A government monopoly over cotton production was created. His forces were trained by European advisors and equipped with modern firearms. They defeated traditional Ottoman armies and briefly threatened to conquer the entire empire. Muhammad Ali's success demonstrated that Middle Eastern societies could adopt industrial technologies effectively when given the opportunity. However, Muhammad Ali's modernization program ultimately failed because it depended on European technology and capital while challenging European interests. When his forces threatened to capture Constantinople, Britain and other European powers intervened to preserve the Ottoman Empire as a weak buffer state. This intervention established a crucial pattern where Middle Eastern attempts at independent modernization would be suppressed by European powers determined to maintain their technological and economic advantages. The Ottoman Empire's attempts at reform were known as the Tanzimat period, from 1839 to 1876. Railways, telegraphs, and modern administrative systems were introduced. The empire built its first railway line in 1856, connecting Constantinople to Edirne, with rail networks gradually extending to other major cities. However, these modernization efforts were financed by European loans, increasing Ottoman dependence on foreign creditors and ultimately contributing to the empire's financial and political weakness. The Suez Canal was completed in 1869, transforming the Middle East from a peripheral region into the crucial crossroads of global trade. This engineering marvel was built using steam-powered machinery and employed over 100,000 workers. The canal reduced the journey from Europe to Asia by thousands of miles. Control of the canal became a strategic obsession for European powers, with Britain particularly needing secure access to its Indian empire. The canal's construction demonstrated both the potential and problems of industrial development in the Middle East. French engineer Ferdinand de Lesseps led the project, but it was financed by European capital while Egyptian workers labored under brutal conditions. When the Egyptian government went bankrupt, partly due to the canal's costs, Britain took control of Egypt in 1882. This established a pattern of European domination over Middle Eastern resources and strategic locations that would persist well into the 20th century. The First Industrial Revolution established the fundamental pattern of the modern era. Technological innovation creates new forms of power. Nations compete to control the resources needed for technological development. Those who master new technologies gain decisive advantages over those who do not. The Steam Age showed that military and economic power increasingly depended on industrial capability. This set the stage for the more intense technological competition of the Second Industrial Revolution. The Second Industrial Revolution spanned from the 1870s to 1945. It witnessed an unprecedented acceleration of technological innovation that fundamentally transformed warfare, economics, and daily life. While the First Industrial Revolution had been based primarily on steam power and mechanical production, the Second Industrial Revolution introduced a complex array of new technologies. These included steel production, electrical power, chemical engineering, internal combustion engines, and petroleum-based energy. Steel production became the foundation of modern industry. The Bessemer process from 1856 and later the Siemens-Martin process enabled mass production of high-quality steel. Electrical power revolutionized production and daily life through Edison's and Tesla's competing systems in the 1880s. Chemical engineering enabled synthesis of artificial materials, with German companies leading in synthetic dyes, pharmaceuticals, and explosives. Internal combustion engines created automobiles in the 1880s, aircraft in 1903, and tanks. Mass production techniques, perfected by Ford around 1913, created the modern consumer economy. Germany's unification in 1871 created the most serious challenge to British industrial supremacy. Unlike Britain, which had developed gradually over decades, Germany could adopt the most advanced technologies immediately. German engineers studied British methods and improved upon them. The Ruhr Valley became Europe's most efficient steel-producing region. German chemical companies like BASF and Bayer led the world in synthetic materials. The Haber-Bosch process from 1909 epitomized German technological leadership. Fritz Haber and Karl Bosch developed a method for producing ammonia from nitrogen and hydrogen. This process enabled mass production of fertilizers, supporting larger populations. More ominously, it also provided raw materials for explosives. Germany could now produce unlimited quantities of ammunition, even when blockaded during wartime. German electrical companies like Siemens competed directly with American firms like General Electric. German universities trained more engineers than any other nation. By 1914, Germany had surpassed Britain in steel production and chemical manufacturing. This technological competition created the foundation for military rivalry that would explode into World War. The United States emerged as the world's largest industrial power during this period. Unlike European nations constrained by limited resources and markets, America had vast territory, abundant raw materials, and a rapidly growing population fed by massive immigration. Henry Ford revolutionized manufacturing with his assembly line methods, perfected around 1913. Faster and cheaper production meant that the Model T automobile dropped in price from $825 to $290 by 1925. Ford paid workers $5 per day, double the prevailing wage, to reduce turnover and create customers for his products. This created the template for modern consumer capitalism. John D. Rockefeller's Standard Oil Company controlled 90% of American oil refining by the 1890s. The company's vertical integration meant controlling production, refining, transportation, and retail sales. It became the model for modern corporations. As automobiles proliferated, oil became as strategically important as coal or steel. The war of currents between Edison's direct current and Tesla's alternating current systems was resolved by 1893 in favor of AC power. This enabled long-distance transmission of electricity. By 1920, American cities were fully electrified, transforming urban life and industrial production. American industrial capacity would prove decisive in both world wars. The United States could produce goods in quantities that European powers could not match, while remaining geographically secure from attack. World War I became the first conflict where industrial production capacity determined victory. The war began in August 1914 as a traditional clash between European alliances. It quickly evolved into a contest of industrial mobilization on an unprecedented scale. On the Western Front, machine guns produced in German and British factories created deadly killing fields. Artillery bombardments consumed shells in quantities that would have been impossible without mass production. The Battle of Verdun in 1916 saw French and German forces fire over 40 million shells at each other. Poison gas, manufactured in chemical plants, introduced a new dimension of horror. Britain's steel production peaked at over 10 million tons annually. Germany produced nearly 8 million tons despite naval blockade. The United States, entering in 1917, added 40 million tons of steel production. Entire economies were reorganized for war production. Women entered factories in massive numbers as men left for the front. Germany's advanced chemical industry provided early advantages. The Haber-Bosch process enabled Germany to produce explosives despite being cut off from Chilean nitrates by British blockade. However, Germany's chemical advantages were eventually overwhelmed by Allied industrial capacity. Aircraft evolved from experimental machines to essential military tools within 4 years. Tanks, combining internal combustion engines with steel armor, appeared in 1916. Radio communication enabled coordination between ground and air forces for the first time. The war demonstrated that victory in modern conflict required total mobilization of industrial resources. Traditional military virtues, courage, tactics, generalship, mattered less than steel production and chemical manufacturing capacity. The Russian Revolution of 1917 brought to power leaders committed to rapid industrialization through state planning. Vladimir Lenin and later Joseph Stalin sought to transform the predominantly agricultural Russian Empire into a modern industrial state. They wanted to compete with capitalist powers. Stalin's first five-year plan launched in 1928 and attempted to compress decades of industrial development into a few years. Steel production increased from 4 million tons in 1928 to 18 million tons in 1940. Massive industrial complexes like Magnitogorsk were built from scratch, creating entire cities dedicated to steel production. This rapid industrialization came at enormous cost. The Holodomor of 1932 to 1933 was a man-made famine in Ukraine that killed 3 to 5 million people. Stalin's policies deliberately targeted Ukrainian farmers who resisted collectivization. Modern transportation and communication technologies enabled the Soviet state to control food distribution with unprecedented precision. This weaponized starvation. The Soviet model demonstrated how governments could mobilize industrial resources through central planning. However, the emphasis on quantity over quality led to massive waste and inefficiency. The human cost was staggering. Millions died in forced labor camps that provided workers for industrial projects. By 1941, the Soviet Union had become a major industrial power. This industrial base would prove crucial for survival during the German invasion of World War II. The discovery of oil in Persia in 1908 transformed the Middle East from a peripheral region into the center of global strategic competition. As internal combustion engines became essential for transportation and warfare, control of petroleum resources became a strategic obsession for industrial powers. The Anglo-Persian Oil Company, later BP, was established in 1909, giving Britain control over Iranian oil production. Winston Churchill's decision to convert the British fleet from coal to oil in 1912 made the Royal Navy faster and more efficient, but dependent on Middle Eastern resources. The collapse of the Ottoman Empire during World War I allowed European powers to gain control over oil-rich territories. The Balfour Declaration of 1917 promised British support for a Jewish homeland in Palestine. It simultaneously promised Arab independence. These contradictory commitments reflected British determination to control strategic resources. The construction of pipelines from Iraqi oil fields to Mediterranean ports involved complex engineering projects requiring steel, electrical equipment, and chemical processing capabilities. Control of these pipelines became as important as control of the oil fields themselves. The Armenian Genocide of 1915 to 1916 saw Ottoman authorities use railways to systematically deport and murder 1 to 1.5 million Armenians. This genocide demonstrated how modern transportation and communication technologies could be used for mass murder on an unprecedented scale. World War II represented the ultimate test of industrial capacity during the Second Industrial Revolution. The conflict became a contest of production capabilities that dwarfed all previous wars. Germany's early success from 1939 to 1941 was based on superior technology and production efficiency. German tanks, aircraft, and artillery were often technically superior to their opponents. The Wehrmacht's rapid victories in Poland, France, and the early Soviet campaigns demonstrated how technological advantages could achieve decisive results. However, Germany lacked the industrial capacity to sustain a long war against the combined production capabilities of the United States, Soviet Union, and British Empire. American factories produced 300,000 aircraft, 100,000 tanks, and 87,000 ships during the war. Soviet factories, many relocated beyond German reach, produced 84,000 tanks, and 125,000 aircraft. Nazi Germany applied industrial methods to genocide with systematic efficiency from 1941 to 1945. Railways transported victims across Europe. Chemical companies produced Zyklon B gas for death camps. Industrial management techniques organized the murder of 6 million Jews and millions of other victims. This represented the darkest application of Second Industrial Revolution technologies. The development of long-range bombers enabled attacks on enemy industrial capacity. The bombing campaigns against German and Japanese cities demonstrated how industrial warfare could target civilian populations. The firebombing of Dresden and Tokyo killed hundreds of thousands of civilians. The Manhattan Project demonstrated the ultimate potential of industrial mobilization. Over 130,000 workers and $2 billion created weapons that could destroy entire cities. The atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945 showed that technology had gained the power to threaten human civilization itself. Japan's transformation from feudal society to industrial power represented one of the most remarkable modernization efforts in history. The Meiji Restoration of 1868 brought leaders committed to acquiring Western technology. They wanted to maintain Japanese independence. Steel and shipbuilding industries became the foundation of Japanese power. By 1900, Japan was producing modern warships that could compete with European designs. Victory in the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905 demonstrated that Asian powers could master European military technologies. Japanese success led to aggressive expansion in Asia. The invasion of Manchuria in 1931 and China in 1937 demonstrated Japanese industrial and military capabilities. However, Japan lacked the natural resources needed for sustained industrial warfare against powers like the United States. Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor brought the United States fully into World War II. Despite early successes, Japan could not match American industrial production. The United States produced more aircraft in 1944 than Japan had produced in its entire history. Japan's defeat demonstrated the decisive importance of industrial capacity in modern warfare. The Second Industrial Revolution established the fundamental pattern of the modern era. Nations that could master new technologies and mobilize industrial resources effectively gained decisive advantages over those that could not. The period demonstrated both the creative and destructive potential of rapid technological development. Chemical engineering could produce fertilizers to feed millions or poison gas to kill thousands. Steel production could build hospitals or battleships. Electrical power could illuminate cities or coordinate genocide. The internal combustion engine could power ambulances or tanks. The choice between creation and destruction lay not in the technology itself, but in how societies chose to use their industrial capabilities. By 1945, nuclear weapons had given humanity the power to destroy civilization itself. The Second Industrial Revolution had created technologies that would define the remainder of the modern era. It demonstrated that technological advancement alone could not guarantee human progress or moral development. The Information Age emerged from the ashes of World War II, ushering in an era where humanity would learn to manipulate information itself as a form of power. While the steam engine had amplified our muscles and electricity had extended our reach, this new revolution went straight for the human mind. For the first time in history, we began building machines that could think, calculate, and communicate faster than any human brain. This wasn't just another industrial revolution, it was something fundamentally different. Previous revolutions had given us stronger arms and faster legs through machinery. The Information Age gave us enhanced minds and the ability to connect every human consciousness into a vast, pulsing network of instant communication. Suddenly, a farmer in Iowa could speak to a businessman in Tokyo as easily as talking to his neighbor. Knowledge that once took months to cross oceans now traveled at the speed of light. Nuclear technology introduced both unprecedented destructive capability and revolutionary energy production. The development of hydrogen bombs created weapons thousands of times more powerful than those used in World War II. Nuclear power plants promised clean, abundant energy. The nuclear age fundamentally altered international relations by making direct warfare between major powers potentially suicidal. Computer technology evolved from room-sized machines used for scientific calculations to personal devices that connected individuals to global information networks. The development of transistors at Bell Labs in 1947, integrated circuits in 1958, and microprocessors enabled exponential increases in computing power. This dramatically reduced costs and size. Space technology demonstrated human capability to escape Earth's gravity and explore other worlds while creating new platforms for communication, navigation, and military surveillance. The Soviet launch of Sputnik in 1957 shocked the world and began the space race. Internet and global communications created the first truly global information network. The World Wide Web, developed by Tim Berners-Lee in 1989, transformed the Internet from a tool for scientists and military personnel. It became a universal platform for commerce, education, and social interaction. Biotechnology and genetic engineering have opened possibilities for manipulating the fundamental processes of life. Artificial intelligence and automation are replicating and surpassing human capabilities in specific areas like game playing, pattern recognition, and data analysis. World War II ended with the United States and Soviet Union standing as the only superpowers, each armed with nuclear weapons and opposing visions for humanity's future. Both nations understood a simple truth: whoever controlled the next generation of technology would dominate the world. What followed was the strangest war in human history. American and Soviet scientists raced to unlock the universe's secrets, pouring billions into research laboratories and think tanks. Every breakthrough, whether in rockets, computers, or weapons, could tip the global balance of power. This wasn't just a competition, it was a desperate sprint where second place might mean annihilation. The Cold War from 1945 to 1991 created a paradox that haunted humanity for nearly half a century. The same nuclear weapons that prevented World War III also meant that any mistake, any miscalculation, could end civilization in minutes. This fundamentally new form of international conflict saw direct military confrontation between major powers prevented by nuclear deterrence, while competition continued through proxy wars, technological races, and ideological struggle. At its peak, the global nuclear arsenal contained over 70,000 warheads, with combined destructive power equivalent to over 1 million Hiroshima bombs. Every day, people woke up knowing that somewhere, someone had their finger on a button that could destroy the world. The Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 demonstrated how quickly technological capabilities could create situations where human survival depended on the decisions of a few political leaders. Soviet medium-range ballistic missiles in Cuba could have reached American cities within minutes, while American missiles in Turkey threatened Soviet territory. The crisis was resolved through diplomatic negotiations, but it showed how information age technologies had created unprecedented dangers alongside their benefits. The space race became a crucial arena of superpower competition that drove rapid development of rocket technology, computer systems, and materials science. The Soviet Union's launch of Sputnik in 1957 shocked American leaders who had assumed their technological superiority. The American moon landing in 1969 demonstrated the capability to achieve seemingly impossible technological goals through massive resource mobilization. Computer development was accelerated by military needs for calculating ballistic trajectories, processing intelligence data, and controlling nuclear weapons systems. The ENIAC computer, completed in 1946, required an entire room and consumed as much electricity as a small town. But it could perform calculations in hours that would have taken human mathematicians years to complete. Satellite technology created new capabilities for global communication, navigation, and surveillance. The first communication satellite, Telstar, enabled live television broadcasts between Europe and North America in 1962. This demonstrated the potential for global information networks. Military satellites provided reconnaissance capabilities that enabled superpowers to monitor each other's activities while reducing the risk of surprise attacks. Proxy wars in Korea from 1950 to 1953 and Vietnam from 1955 to 1975 demonstrated how information age technologies affected regional conflicts. The Korean War introduced jet-powered fighter aircraft that could fly at speeds approaching the sound barrier, while helicopter technology enabled rapid movement of troops and supplies in mountainous terrain. Despite overwhelming advantages in aircraft, artillery, and naval power, United Nations forces were unable to achieve decisive victory against Chinese and North Korean forces. The Vietnam War showed how advanced technology could be countered by determined opponents using guerrilla tactics adapted to local conditions. American forces possessed helicopters, napalm, Agent Orange defoliants, and sophisticated electronic surveillance equipment. But they were unable to defeat North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces, who used tunnel networks, booby traps, and intimate knowledge of local terrain. The Middle East's strategic importance increased dramatically during the Information Age as petroleum became essential for transportation, chemical production, and electrical generation. The creation of Israel in 1948 introduced a new source of conflict as Palestinian Arabs were displaced from their homeland. The discovery of vast oil reserves in the Persian Gulf made the region crucial to global economic stability. The region became a focal point of Cold War competition as both superpowers sought to influence oil-producing nations and establish military bases in strategically important locations. Local conflicts became proxy wars between superpowers, while Middle Eastern nations attempted to use superpower rivalry to advance their own interests. Arab-Israeli wars in 1948, 1967, and 1973 demonstrated how information age technologies transformed Middle Eastern warfare while creating new forms of regional instability. The Six-Day War of 1967 showed the decisive impact of air power when Israeli forces destroyed Arab air forces on the ground. This achieved complete air superiority that enabled rapid conquest of the West Bank, Gaza Strip, Sinai Peninsula, and Golan Heights. The Yom Kippur War of 1973 introduced precision-guided anti-tank and anti-aircraft missiles that challenged the dominance of tanks and aircraft that had characterized earlier conflicts. Egyptian forces used Soviet-supplied surface-to-air missiles to neutralize Israeli air superiority, while anti-tank missiles enabled infantry to destroy heavily armored vehicles. These technological developments showed how defensive weapons could offset the advantages of expensive offensive systems. The oil crises of 1973 and 1979 demonstrated how control of energy resources could be used as a political weapon in the age of petroleum-dependent economies. Arab oil-producing nations used production cuts and price increases to pressure Western nations supporting Israel, causing gasoline shortages and economic recession in industrialized countries. The oil crisis accelerated development of alternative energy technologies and energy conservation measures while demonstrating the vulnerability of petroleum-dependent societies. The Iranian Revolution of 1979 showed how information age communication technologies could enable rapid political mobilization while creating new forms of international conflict. Cassette recordings of Ayatollah Khomeini's speeches were smuggled into Iran and distributed through mosque networks, enabling coordination of opposition to the Shah's government. The revolution created an Islamic republic that challenged both superpower spheres of influence while demonstrating how religious movements could use modern technology for political organization. The Iran-Iraq War from 1980 to 1988 became a devastating conflict that killed over 1 million people. It demonstrated the destructive potential of modern chemical weapons and missile technology. Iraqi forces used chemical weapons against Iranian troops and Kurdish civilians. Both sides attacked oil facilities and civilian targets with ballistic missiles. African nations gained independence during the height of the Cold War, inheriting colonial boundaries that often divided ethnic groups while forcing traditional enemies into the same political units. The new nations possessed abundant natural resources, but lacked the industrial infrastructure, educational systems, and political institutions needed for economic development in the technological age. Both superpowers competed for influence in Africa by supporting friendly governments, providing military aid, and financing development projects. However, Cold War competition often exacerbated existing conflicts while creating new sources of instability as local disputes became proxy wars between global powers. Decolonization movements used information age communication technologies to coordinate resistance to colonial rule and mobilize international support. Radio broadcasts, telephone networks, and eventually television coverage brought global attention to independence struggles while enabling coordination between nationalist movements across the continent. Kwame Nkrumah, who lived from 1909 to 1972, led Ghana to become the first African colony to gain independence in 1957, inspiring liberation movements. Nkrumah used radio broadcasts to communicate with rural populations and coordinate political activities, while international media coverage of Ghanaian independence encouraged similar movements throughout Africa. Julius Nyerere, who lived from 1922 to 1999, guided Tanzania's independence and promoted African socialism as an alternative to both capitalist and communist models. Nyerere's policies emphasized rural development and self-reliance, but Tanzania struggled to achieve economic growth in an increasingly technological global economy. Nelson Mandela, who lived from 1918 to 2013, spent 27 years in prison fighting South African apartheid before becoming his country's first black president in 1994. The anti-apartheid movement used international media coverage, economic sanctions, and diplomatic pressure to isolate the South African government. This demonstrated how global communication networks could support human rights campaigns. Resource extraction industries dominated many African economies, but failed to generate broad-based development. Mining operations used advanced technology to extract copper, diamonds, gold, and other minerals. But most profits flowed to foreign companies while local populations remained impoverished. Communication technologies enabled African nations to leapfrog some stages of infrastructure development. Mobile telephone networks expanded rapidly across Africa in the 1990s and 2000s. This provided communication capabilities in areas that had never had landline telephone service. Conflict and civil wars were often fueled by competition for natural resources, while being fought with weapons that reflected information age military technology. The Rwandan genocide of 1994 killed approximately 800,000 people in 100 days. Much of the killing was coordinated through radio broadcasts that incited ethnic hatred while directing violent actions. In 1949, Mao Zedong proclaimed the People's Republic of China from the gates of the Forbidden City, sealing off the world's most populous nation from global markets. China would spend the next 3 decades pursuing a revolutionary dream that turned into a nightmare. The Great Leap Forward promised to vault China from feudalism to communism overnight. Instead, it created one of history's worst famines, killing tens of millions. The Cultural Revolution sought to purify Chinese society, but instead destroyed a generation's education and cultural heritage. Yet from this catastrophe emerged a remarkable transformation. When Deng Xiaoping took power in 1978, he understood what Mao had refused to see. China couldn't develop in isolation. "It doesn't matter if a cat is black or white," Deng famously said, "as long as it catches mice." With this pragmatic philosophy, he cracked open China's doors to the world while keeping the Communist Party's grip on power. What happened next stunned everyone. Foreign companies rushed into special economic zones, drawn by China's massive workforce. Farmers' daughters who had never seen a factory became assembly line workers building iPhones. Fishing villages transformed into megacities seemingly overnight. Within a single generation, China went from bicycles to bullet trains, from isolation to becoming the world's factory. But China wasn't content to merely assemble other nations' products. Chinese companies like Huawei and Alibaba rose from nothing to challenge Silicon Valley giants. When China sent its first astronaut into space in 2003, it announced to the world that the Middle Kingdom was back. And this time, it intended to lead. The Belt and Road Initiative reveals China's ultimate ambition. By building ports, railways, and digital networks across 3 continents, China is constructing a new world economy with Beijing at its center. This isn't just about money or power. It's about proving that after 2 centuries of humiliation, China has reclaimed its place as a great civilization. The question now isn't whether China will shape the 21st century, but how. When the Berlin Wall fell in 1989 and the Soviet Union collapsed 2 years later, the world breathed a collective sigh of relief. The Cold War was over. Surely now humanity could focus on progress rather than destruction. But instead of ending competition, the digital revolution simply changed the battlefield. The World Wide Web, born in a Swiss physics lab, would soon connect billions of minds in ways no one could have imagined. Suddenly, a company could design products in California, source materials from Africa, manufacture in China, and sell everywhere simultaneously. Container ships became conveyor belts crossing oceans, while satellites coordinated this vast dance of global commerce. A toy ordered in London on Monday could be assembled in Shenzhen on Tuesday and delivered by Thursday. National borders became increasingly meaningless as money, ideas, and goods flowed like water finding its level. But this interconnected world proved fragile in unexpected ways. When American banks collapsed in 2008, the shockwaves toppled economies from Iceland to Indonesia within days. A computer virus released in one country could paralyze hospitals, power grids, and governments worldwide. The same networks that spread prosperity also transmitted chaos at the speed of light. Social media promised to democratize information and empower the voiceless. The Arab Spring of 2011 seemed to prove this promise. Protesters in Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya used Facebook and Twitter to topple dictators who had ruled for decades. But the digital tools that could organize a revolution couldn't build a democracy. Most Arab Spring nations descended into chaos or returned to authoritarian rule. This taught a harsh lesson about technology's limits. Cybersecurity became the new frontier of international competition. Nations poured billions into both defensive systems and offensive capabilities, recognizing that future conflicts might be won or lost in cyberspace. A successful cyber attack could cripple a nation's infrastructure more effectively than traditional bombing. The same interconnected systems that powered the global economy had become its greatest vulnerability. Now we stand at the threshold of the 4th Industrial Revolution. Artificial intelligence isn't just matching human capabilities, it's exceeding them. AI systems diagnose cancer better than experienced doctors, write legal briefs faster than lawyers, and predict market movements more accurately than veteran traders. Every month brings breakthroughs that seemed impossible the year before. We're not just building better tools anymore. We're creating minds that may soon surpass our own. We are living through humanity's most thrilling chapter. The same species that once huddled around fires in caves now sends messages across the globe at the speed of light. The descendants of people who died from simple infections now edit the very code of life itself. We stand at the threshold of the 4th Industrial Revolution, and what comes next will make everything before look like prehistory. Think about what's already happening. AI systems peer at medical scans and spot cancers that the best doctors miss. They sift through mountains of data and find patterns that unlock new medicines, new materials, and new possibilities. In laboratories around the world, machines that can learn are beginning to solve puzzles that have stumped humanity for centuries. And this is just the beginning. The tools we've built are becoming extensions of our minds. A construction worker with an augmented reality headset sees through walls. A surgeon operating with robotic assistance performs operations that human hands alone could never manage. We're not replacing humans, we're becoming something more than human. Remember the scale of what we've achieved. Your smartphone has more computing power than all of NASA had when they put humans on the moon. The entire repository of human knowledge sits in your pocket. You can learn from the greatest teachers, access the finest art, and connect with brilliant minds anywhere on Earth. Leonardo da Vinci would have created miracles with such tools. Einstein would have unlocked even deeper mysteries. The most exciting part is that we're just getting started. Quantum computers are beginning to crack codes that would take traditional computers millions of years to solve. Gene editing tools are turning biology into a programming language we can rewrite. Private companies are building rockets to make humanity a species that lives among the stars. Each breakthrough enables 10 more. Each discovery opens doors we didn't even know existed. Yes, we face challenges, disease, poverty, the limits of our resources. But look at our track record. We turned sand into computer chips, we made metal fly, we split the atom and decoded the genome. The same ingenuity that created these miracles is now armed with tools 1,000 times more powerful. This isn't blind optimism, it's pattern recognition. Every generation has believed they lived at the pinnacle of human achievement, and every generation has been wrong. The farmers who first planted seeds couldn't imagine cities. The builders of the first steam engines couldn't imagine the internet. And we, even with all our knowledge, can barely glimpse what our children will create. We are the bridge generation, the ones who will hand tomorrow's builders tools that transform humanity itself. The choices we make now will echo for millennia. We can choose fear and build walls, or we can choose courage and build wonders. The future isn't just coming, we're building it, line of code by line of code, discovery by discovery, dream by dream. And if the past is any guide, it will be more magnificent than our wildest imagination can conceive. The best is yet to come.